Making people smile, changing your lifestyle.
Making people smile, changing your lifestyle.
Smile with me, laugh with me, make the world happy.
Smile with me, laugh with me, make the world happy.
There's no need to expose yourself more. There's no need to expose yourself more. Have the privacy that you wish for. There's no risk to go outdoors now.
There's no risk to go
No
outdoors.
fear of animals or infections, no risk of people or intrusions. Sulap toilet at my home, Sulap toilet at my home. In the day or night, Sulap gives me light.
In the day or night, so that keeps me right.
Making people smile, changing your lifestyle.
Making people smile, changing your lifestyle.
Smile with me, laugh with me, make the world happy.
Smile with me, laugh with me, make the world happy.
Come on, let's go to our schools. Ooh. Come on, let's go to our schools. Keep it clean, that's the only deal. Use the bathroom as you feel.
Use the bathroom as you feel.
Excuse me, sir, 5 minutes.
Excuse me, sir. 10 minutes.
Now I'm at peace,
Now we're released.
making people smile, changing your lifestyle.
Making people smile, changing your lifestyle.
Smile with me, laugh with me.
Gandhi Modi made a vow, clean India with me now.
Making people smile, changing your lifestyle.
Making people smile, changing your lifestyle.
Smile with me, laugh with me, make the world happy.
Smile with me, laugh with me, make the world happy.
Bus or a railway station, market or a holy place. Goa or the Taj Mahal or the Jaipur Hava Mahal. Anywhere you look about, Sulap provides without a doubt. Safely store all of your things. Take your time without worrying.
There's no need to look around. Use the bathroom safe and sound.
There's no need to look around. Use the bathroom safe and sound.
Making people smile, changing your lifestyle.
Making people smile, changing your lifestyle.
Smile with me, laugh with me, make the world happy.
Smile with me, laugh with me, make the world happy.
Sulap helps make biogas. Ooh. Sulap helps make biogas. It fuels the stove and lights your lamps. When it's cold, it keeps you warm.
When it's cold, it keeps you warm.
Make power night or day. Take the darkness far away.
Make power night or day. Take the darkness far away.
Water has the energy. Ooh. To fertilize your plants for free. Grow more and be happy. Recycle water from here can be put back in rivers without worries.
All together we will rise. open defecation, or you will get an infection.
Don't go for open defecation, or you'll get an infection. Diarrhea, dysentery, and cholera.
They are all very serious problems. Cure is,
But better prevention.
Solar flush toilet is the new invention.
Solar flush toilet is the new invention.
It has two pits.
One is used at a time.
When the first one is full,
Switch over to the other one.
don't go for open defecation, or you'll get an infection.
In the first pit, after 2 years,
It becomes a fertilizer.
it has nitrogen.
Phosphorus and potassium.
Good to raise the productivity.
Of fields, fruits, and flowers.
There is no gas pipe in it.
Gases absorbed in the soil, hence no pollution. Don't go for open defecation, or you'll get an infection. That also helps to keep the toilets
Functioning during winter time.
all it requires is 1 liter water.
To flush compared to any other systems.
It saves 1 billion gallons of water.
Prevents global warming, hence climate change.
Full-up toilets are eco-friendly. Don't go for open defecation, or you'll get an infection.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. We're going to be starting in the next 2 minutes. So can I ask the volunteers in the foyer, if you could please usher all of those people that are there into the main, into the auditorium, please. Yeah.
Is there anything special happening this morning? Like performance or acrobatics?
No performance. Okay. Everything's going to be here. We're going to run from one disciplinary that's going to happen. Oh, yes. Have you got Jonathan Cotta? Live stream.
I'll get it now.
Where's Karen?
Karen must email it to me. Jonathan, who?
Jonathan Cotta, the guy that's sitting on the Palestinian.
Yeah.
So
I heard the name.
He's going to do it live.
So we're gonna.
He's going to do it live, like by one day.
Yeah. And when that's happening?
That's going to happen after the first.
now?
Yeah.
Morning
It's
session.
yeah, it's going to happen now. Let's see, from 9:15 to 10 o'clock. It's basically that presentation.
175.
Yeah, I got it. 175, Brian. Can somebody give me a signal at the back there whether we are ready to start? Everybody's in from the back? Okay. Well, good morning and welcome to the final session of this Gandhi Mandela King International Conference. And I see lots of people have been here since Tuesday. In fact, some people came in on Monday before the conference started with the Youth Symposium. So thank you very much for your endurance. In terms of time, if we take Indian time, we are on the button. If you take African time, we're well ahead of time. I have to say that, sorry. You put the two together, we're in trouble, right? So let me take this opportunity, firstly, to just some housekeeping things. Those of you that have been going up and down from the venue to the feeding station, the catering station, would have noticed a whole range of tables there and exhibits and so on. I want to mention three books that are being sold outside. The one is Gandhi the Lawyer, and this was written by this gentleman in front here, Mr. Alagan Anamale, who's the director at the National Gandhi Museum in Delhi. The book is at our currency, 175 Rand. It's 750 rupees, and it's $10 US, which is small change for the Americans, right? So please take advantage of that. The book is outside. It documents everything about Gandhi the Lawyer. And by the way, Gandhi the Lawyer is the South African Gandhi, okay? Because that's where he practiced law. It's not, so those of us that are South Africans, please, you should get that. There is also Born in the RSA, and the author actually got this RSA thing from Born in the USA. He's a Bruce Springsteen fan. But it's been written by Rob Haswell, who was one of the speakers earlier. The hard copy is 150 Rand, and the soft copy is 100 Rand. And it documents the whole Gandhi-Mandela connection, not just outside Pietermaritzburg, but also the way Mandela was influenced by Gandhi. And then the last book is the South African Gandhi, The Making of the Mahatma. This was written by Professor Ismail Mir, at least Fatima Mir, the wife. Yeah, I would have known to say the wife of anybody, but Fatima Mir was an activist in her own right, and she wrote this wonderful book documenting Gandhi in South Africa. That's The Making of the Mahatma, and that is at 100 Rand, and it's outside if you're interested. Please take advantage of that. Okay, so we start the first session this morning. The chairperson for the session is Mrs. Razia Saleh, who's an archivist. I checked earlier whether I should say archivist, but it's archivist. She's been doing that for a better part of her life, first at Luthuli House, at the headquarters of the ANC, and in recent times, I think the last 10, 15 years now, she's been at the Nelson Mandela Foundation, where she's the head of that section. So can I please invite Razia to come forward and introduce our first speaker, who's Professor Dr. Vern Harris.
Hello, everybody. I'm glad to see that you all managed to wake up early and get here, although it's a little bit late, though, after last night's very long session, but it was really fantastic. It was great to see those dramatic pieces. I thought it was excellent. So I'd like to introduce my colleague for many years, Professor Vern Harris. He's asked me to do it in 2 sentences, but I think I'm not going to comply, although he is my boss. So Vern was born and bred here in Pietermaritzburg. He attended this university. So when I drove in this morning, he was taking a nostalgic walk around the premises, trying to identify places that he frequented many years ago. So you'll see his white hair that he's now at retirement age, and he was a student here probably in the late 70s, early 80s. So Vern is the acting director, chief executive of the Nelson Mandela Foundation. He actually retired in April, but then he was asked to step in when the position became vacant while the board of trustees looked for our new CEO. He joined the Mandela Foundation in 2004 as the head of the archive and research program. It's called the Center of Memory, and he was Madiba's archivist from 2004 till 2013. He directed the archive program, and then he also directed a program called Dialogue and Advocacy, looking at various issues around memory work, heritage, and identity, social cohesion, various relevant topics to the world today. He is also the adjunct professor at the Nelson Mandela University in Gqeberha, and he looks at transformation about the university. When he worked at the National Archives of South Africa for many years, and looked and participated in the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, overseeing the recording on the destruction of archives during the apartheid era. He was instrumental in monitoring that whole process and getting measures in place to prevent that from happening. He's also a distinguished author. He co-authored 6 books, the most recent being The Ghost of Archives in 2021. And he's a recipient of 2 honorary degrees, one from the University of Cordoba in Argentina and the more recent one from the University of Pretoria in South Africa. He also held the Follett Chair at the Dominican University in Chicago in 2018 and 2019. And he's an eminent writer and thinker. He's received archival publication awards from Australia, Canada, and South Africa. And both his novels were shortlisted for South Africa's Mnet Book Prize. He's also served on the boards of Archival Science, a journal on archival theory, the Ahmed Kathrada Foundation, and the Freedom of Expression Institute, and the South African History Archive. The latter he served as its director from 2001 until 2004, NGO that was dedicated to archiving the struggles for justice organizations from the 1980s during the United Democratic Front era through to the post-1994 era. So I'd like to call Vern Harris to the podium. Thank you.
Well, good morning, everyone. Madiba would point out that we're running 45 minutes late, so what I'm going to try to do is just give you a short provocation and see if there's any time left for discussion. It's almost 10 years since Madiba died, and yesterday as I was preparing for this morning, I was reminded of the last time that he spoke to the staff of the Nelson Mandela Foundation. This would be December of 2009. He had this practice every December, just before the end of year holidays. He would call all the staff into his office and thank us for the work we'd done during the year. Now in 2009, what he said to us was, and I'm paraphrasing, he said, "I'm going to have to thank you really well this time because I'm ancient now. I'm not going to make it to next December. But don't worry, when I get to the pearly gates, they'll ask me, 'Who are you?' And I'll say, 'Madiba.' And they'll say, 'Oh, from South Africa?' And I'll say, 'Yes.' Then they'll say to me, 'No, you've come to the wrong gates. You see the ones down there where it's very warm. That's where you must go. But don't worry, when I get there, the ANC and big business will help me.'" Now, I tell you that tale because I want to return to it right at the end of what I say this morning and tease out some significance. So for this morning, I thought I would explore what feel like 3 particularly urgent lines of inquiry for the 2 organizations I work for, the Nelson Mandela Foundation and Nelson Mandela University. First one is, what is new scholarship telling us about Nelson Mandela? Secondly, what does carrying the name Mandela mean for an institution? And thirdly, what do we make of Mandela's movement, the African National Congress? In 2018, I presented a paper on what I called the Mandela publishing industry. And I just briefly want to rehearse 4 points that I made that day. This publishing industry, and we're talking about documentaries, Hollywood movies, books, especially coffee table books, it supports a saturated market dominated by work which reproduces the same basic narrative and the same well-known images. All too rare are the fresh lines of inquiry, the unexpected insight, sustained critical analysis, and the deep deconstructive reading of archive. Secondly, this publishing industry, this discourse is dominated by voices that are male and white. Thirdly, the space is characterized by an extraordinary number of coffee table books, authorized work, and what I call sweetheart quick buck films. There's a lot of money to be made in this industry. And then lastly, while the body of popular work is huge, there is relatively little scholarly work in the Mandela studies space. Now, 5 years later, we're seeing significant changes to this pattern. We're seeing that pattern being disturbed in all kinds of ways. I don't have time now, given the time constraints, to say too much about this, but what I thought I would do is just mention 4 projects which, for me, are important in terms of disturbing that pattern. First one is a book written by Justice Malala, The Plot to Save South Africa. It deals with the 7 days after Chris Hani was assassinated. Now, in the dominant discourses, you know, the one sentence representation of Madiba's role is the country was on the brink of a bloodbath. He addressed the nation and effectively, de facto, became the leader of our country. What Justice Malala does is he problematizes Madiba's role. He gives it nuance and complexity, and he draws heavily on archival sources. Second project, a book just published, Johnny Steinberg. The title is Winnie and Nelson, Portrait of a Marriage. This is a weighty book. It's 500 pages long, scholarly work. It offers us more than a portrait of a marriage. It's also a portrait of a movement and a portrait of a country. It's a hard book to read. He goes into those difficult spaces. He follows the archive. He works with it. He deconstructs it. There's a fabulous afterword to the book where he reflects on the use of particular kinds of archival sources. I don't know if any of you have read Manning Marable's biography of Malcolm X. Anyone read that book? I'd recommend that book. There we go. Is that I think what Johnny Steinberg does for Madiba and Mam Winnie is what Marable did for Malcolm X. Third project, at the university where I am, young scholar Apiwe Nhlomeza has just completed a PhD. I'm hoping it's going to get published soon. The title of this PhD is Hey Sis, Unveiling the Feminist Afterlife of Madikizela Mandela. And it's an exploration of what freedom means, especially for women, through the lens of Winnie Madikizela Mandela. And then, lastly, I want to reference a fourth project, work by Xolela Manku. He's produced a couple of scholarly articles, and he's now working on a book, a new biography of Nelson Mandela. For me, the fresh line of inquiry is the ways in which he's looking at the longer histories of the Eastern Cape, and Tembuland in particular. And he's arguing that you can't understand Nelson Mandela unless you understand those longer histories. He addresses the discourse we hear a lot here in South Africa today, especially from young people, that Madiba actually sold black South Africans out. Xolela invites young people to look at those longer histories. He shows how the Tembu people and polity were renowned for mediation, for negotiation, for accommodation, to the point where when white settlers started moving into the Eastern Cape, very often they entered into alliances against other polities of the Eastern Cape. And he poses the question, if we're talking about selling out, maybe there's a long history to selling out. A different way of engaging with Nelson Mandela then. All of these projects have begun to engage deeply with archive. And what we're seeing in the recent past is the extent to which what previously seemed untraceable is being located. And that which was locked into privileged access is now being opened. So, for example, we finally found the transcripts of Madiba's conversations while he was in prison between 1985 and 1990. The state's record of what he was saying in all his meetings in that period. Critical evidence for those of us who want to know what compromises was he making, what did that process entail. And of course, people are now giving interviews and talking about things they would never have talked about before. People who were close to Madiba, Mamwini, they are now talking about the difficult stuff. And that's important for us because it's helping us to reckon with our past. Let me move to the second line of inquiry. What does carrying the name Mandela mean for an institution? And I'd meant to say a lot about the Nelson Mandela Foundation. We've been carrying this name for almost a quarter of a century. We've made many mistakes. We have learnt many lessons. But I thought I'd focus instead, given the time constraints, on the Nelson Mandela University. We've, over some years, wrestled with this question, does this name give us a particular responsibility? Is there something unique that we as a university need to be offering to society because of that name? And over the last 12 months, I've been part of a small group which has listened closely to the views and the needs of key university stakeholder groupings and constituencies on this question. Last year, we ran a social media survey open to the whole university community. We've been in meetings at different levels of university hierarchy. We've convened scholarly seminars, and we've run deep dialogue focus group sessions with students and with faculty. These focus groups have explored the possibility of a disciplinary significance for the name Mandela. Does it signify or register differently, for instance, for law students as opposed to architecture students? Is a political science student more likely to engage with the name than a graphics design student? We were delighted to encounter a group of sociology lecturers exploring what they call an African sociology inspired by the name Mandela. Equally by the Center for Women's and Gender Studies, deconstructing Mandela patriarchies through research of the multiple women's voices around that name, which have been more or less erased by the dominant discourse. And we discovered, took me a while to find out about, a transdisciplinary course called Social Consciousness and Sustainable Futures, which begins with a module by Professor Nomalanga Mkhize titled Mandela, Name, Value, Person, Intellectual Legacy and Institutional Culture. Of course, we've heard voices which either indicate no interest at all in the name Mandela, or who argue that it is increasingly irrelevant to a generation grappling with multiple challenges today. And of course, there are still the voices that I referenced just now, linked to the Fees Must Fall campaign of some years ago, that Madiba is a sellout. And so the name is actually a problematic name. And then there are those, we encountered quite a few of these, there are those who are just fatigued by the referential repetitions. Can we get on with the work of transformation and decolonization? But for most, there is both opportunity and responsibility attached to the name. With, to my ear, 4 compass points. The first is that for both individuals and institution, it is not about living up to a name. Rather, it is about living a singular responsibility before that name. Secondly, individuals within the institution are called to be engaged fully in building just spaces, liberatory spaces. Thirdly, the institution itself is called to make its spaces just and to contribute to the realization of a modern African post-apartheid South Africa, or post-apartheid university in the first instance, but South Africa more broadly. And then the 4th compass point, research and learning across all disciplines and fields should be geared to the making of a just society and should be shaped fundamentally within an ethics frame. So we want to send into the world mathematicians who care deeply about justice and whose ethics are of fundamental importance to them. So for the university, and I can say this for the Nelson Mandela Foundation, it's not about the name that we carry. It's the way in which we carry it and the work we do in the world, which is inspired by it. So I move now finally to the 3rd critical line of inquiry. What do we make of Mandela's movement? Next year is the 30th anniversary of that momentous first democratic general election in South Africa, when Madiba led the African National Congress to a decisive electoral victory. The question becomes, what do we find ourselves in Mandela institutional and related spaces making of the ANC today? We carry that name. What do we make of his movement? Well, by his own admission, and I'm quoting from a piece we published last year, Nelson Mandela was a product of the Congress movement, and he resisted every attempt to disentangle his personal journey from that of the ANC. At one of the very last public appearances at which he spoke in 2008, he insisted, quote, "I would be nothing without the ANC," unquote. In 1985, of course, that famous moment when his daughter Zinzi read out a letter from him in which he rejected conditional release from prison, and in which he asserted, and again I'm quoting, "I'm a member of the African National Congress. I've always been a member, and I will remain a member until the day I die," unquote. Attempts to drive a wedge between Madiba and the African National Congress, whether by scholars or by political foes of the ANC, both during apartheid and in the democratic era, have been doomed to failure. The organization shaped him, and he strove to shape the organization. But what would his stance be in relation to a movement and a political party which is in serious trouble today? Well, we can't speak for Madiba. But I think we can say a few things. In the period 2004 to 2010, my colleagues, including Rizia and I, saw Madiba in pain as he watched a spiraling factionalism within the ANC, and as he began to make sense of state capture and what we are calling now more broadly the capture of democracy. And no doubt he would be in even greater pain today. What is clear now is that the ANC of today is not the ANC of Nelson Mandela. In many ways, it has become a blight on our land. It has been captured by interests that are not interested in making the just society of Madiba's dreams. For them, it is about extraction, enrichment, and accumulation. So let me end by going back to that Pearly Gates story, joke. Madiba told it as a joke. But as so often with Madiba, a joke could be far more than a joke. And I think it was a morality tale in this instance. He was seeing in 2009 the ANC and capital arm in arm at the gates of hell. It is that alliance of interests which is condemning most South Africans to a living hell. It is time for change, for renewal, and for what I call the Mandela to come, the Madibas who will emerge from the future and drive a liberatory energy for the beloved country. I thank you.
Thank you, Vern, for that deeply provocative ending. I no doubt that all of you can identify with what he's saying. You might not agree with it, but you can understand where we are in the country today. So we have 10 minutes of questions. I'll take a round of 3 maybe. Can we start? Okay, so it's 1, 2, 3. Can we have the mic going there at the back, please?
Where are we starting with?
Right at the back.
Whose hand?
Thank you, sir, for a marvelous presentation and encapsulating what is happening, maybe not just in South Africa, but across the world. I'm Melanie Kumar from Bangalore, India. So what I'd like to ask you is, in what you said, is this the nature of politics and power, that eventually it will all turn out like this? Or is there, in a Gandhi Mandela King conference, is there some reason to hope for an alternative? Thank you.
Thank you. The next question was in the middle there, yes. No, not down there.
Down here? Okay, I'll come back up to you, sir.
I didn't see your hand, sorry. We'll do you next round.
No, thank you so much. My name is Feruz Zingwamba. I'm the Access Program Coordinator in the Office of the Dean of Teaching and Learning in the College of Humanities. Thank you so much for the presentation. And I'm so excited because you're an archivist. And you're supposed to know more about archives. And let me try to locate Madiba within the ANC as an open tuck shop with no clear ideological direction, which create factions. Because the dominant ideological group that emerge in the conference pushes for its own policy orientation. Could we then say that Madiba failed to open up a clear ideological position of the ANC? Or it was just the dream of non-violence? Thanks.
Thank you. The last one down here. Right in front.
Thank you very much for this excellent analysis. Now, my only question is very simple. Whether he was right or effective or logical, that is a second point. Now, you know the challenges before this country, which you mentioned just now in the last. So what is the plan of action? How do you involve the people? And how do you develop climate friendly and climate emergency as a challenge, water problem, etc., you know. So is there any thinking on what is the way forward, especially after this conference here? So I would like to know, with this collaboration, can we come out with some plan of action where all of us could benefit, including you? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for those questions. Let me start with a question about ideology. Is I think within the movement there was ideological clarity through the 70s and 80s. But globally, I think we saw a profound disturbance as the Cold War came to an end. And the clarities of Marxism and communism and socialism were undermined. And of course, we had the rise of neoliberalism with new challenges, which the prevailing progressive ideologies found almost impossible to make sense of. I think Nelson Mandela came out of prison into an ANC characterized by ideological confusion. And that was precisely the moment when what we saw happening, I think you can only make sense of what's happened in South Africa if you understand that from the middle of the 1980s, capital began seducing the leadership of the liberation movements. And we're dealing with that seduction still today. In terms of what is to be done, the future, and the first question about power. You know, for me, I think it's critical. It's a hard question. But we need to ask it. What is beyond democracy? Because democracy, globally, is not working for the great majority of the Earth's people. Now, I think what we need to be looking for is what, at the Nelson Mandela Foundation, we call a social bonding praxis, where instead of looking for the big ideological frame and the big idea, is instead we're looking to build from community level upwards a practice which addresses the failures of democracy, but also believes that you can't give up on the democratic state. And so, for example, in the space of early childhood development, we're working with individual officials within government departments and in local authorities. We're harnessing private sector money, but we're working most closely with community leaders and practitioners to try to make that sector functional. I'm talking about a slow strategy. There's no quick fix, I don't believe. I don't know if that answers the third question as well, but is it fine? Covered.
So I've been told that I shouldn't take any more questions, but I'm exercising my right as the chair. We'll take one more question, because I didn't see the hand, so I think it's just fair. Mr. Figeni.
Thank you very much. My name is Somatoda Figeni, the chairperson of the Public Service Commission. And again, I'm very much appreciative of this clinical dissection of Mandela. The first thing I would say, history over time is remembered as shaped by the conditions of that time. Hence, a Malcolm X, a Martin Luther King Jr., a Mahatma Gandhi, each epoch remembers them differently. Sometimes they become heroes, they become sellouts, they are retrieved again as heroes, and so forth. That's the evolution, because each moment, the material conditions do shape that. And I just want to make two short comments. The first one, in the list of research done, I'm fascinated by Xolela Mancu for venturing into the space that I think many people fail, and it becomes a profound blind spot. Because of the dominance and hegemonic presence of Western experience, we begin to see Mandela's political consciousness as shaped by a Fort Hare University, shaped by going to Johannesburg. And yet in his own writing, he says, my growing up in UKZN and those histories of the wars of dispossession being narrated pretty much shaped me, and Kai the poet and some of those people. So you find that in most narratives that is a footnote, because the notion is that you begin to think the moment you encounter modernity in the Western sense. So that, to me, I think is very important for all this to say, what is the social history that produces these? And the last one, today's problems in the main is the crisis of leadership, not only in South Africa, the US, Europe, everywhere else. Perhaps we could use this space to say what kind of leadership is needed and what conditions produce principled leadership, besides institution building and all other things, because that's the critical moment. Humanity has faced world wars, but at the end of each one of them, there was leadership. At this stage, if the best we can produce is Trump and Biden, is Johnson and all other characters, and several others within the continent, then that's the problem. Thank you.
Thank you.
I couldn't agree more, Ntata. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I'll have to close it. I'm sorry, I can't recognize you. I've been told to cut it short. So a round of applause for Professor Harris. Thank you.
Somebody contact Jonathan Kutal.
Let me ask to phone him just to call him. Okay, we're all waiting on stage, so it's not online as yet. Karen, and
Hello. I think we're having a technical problem, so I've been told I can take one more question. So I saw a hand up there. Yes, you. Oh, okay, sorry. Somebody's still to come online. Yes, can we get a mic up there, please? Yeah. Well, will you keep it short? We don't want long speeches.
So sorry.
I'm short in height and I'm short in everything. Another area that must be looked in the context of Madiba is the general liberation songs. You know this thing that Madiba sold out, you can hear that song said, Oliver Tambo, speak to Botha. Botha must release Mandela. Mandela must lead South Africa. Oliver Tambo thetha no Botha. uBotha akhuluma Mandela, uMandela zobusa. That was not Mandela. That was general masses. The person who was asked to initiate negotiations by the masses was Oliver Tambo. Thank you.
Thank you. There was another hand, yeah, there.
Sorry. I'm so sorry. Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. The name is Siabulela Tonono from the Center for Black Thought and African Studies. My question is very simple, Prof. It's regarding the idea around Madiba sold out, the Madiba sold out narrative. Often that narrative is presented in a populist kind of rhetorical kind of context. Now, and is never engaged with at a scholarly level. Now, my question is, what are the scholarly merits of the Madiba sold out arguments? And also, what have been the scholarly rebuttals to that question?
Thank you. I think, yes. Can you come and answer? No, I'm just watching, yeah, so we'll see if there's more time. But let's get through this.
No, thank you for that question. We haven't had enough scholarship, mainly because we haven't had enough access to the records of the conversations that were happening in prison, to the records of CODESA, to the internal records of the ANC in that period, the discussions that were going on within the movement. But what is beginning to emerge now, and I must also say that we've located a number of significant records which show that there was national intelligence surveillance of ANC leadership through the early 90s, where there were informers within that leadership group. And we've now found some of these files with the reports of these informers on what the discussions were, minutes of meetings and so on. So this is a space for scholarship. My own view is that what is emerging is that there were certain deals that were secret, like there will be no prosecutions. We'll have a truth commission, but ultimately there will be no prosecutions. And there were also compromises made that from the perspective of today were unnecessary ones. But for me, the big betrayal, really, was the extent to which the ANC in the early 90s, during the negotiations, accepted a neoliberal framing for the future of South Africa. So that the notion of the redistribution of wealth and the fundamental transformation of society was really only given lip service after 1994.
Thank you very much. I think that concludes that session. Now we've had a discussion and we're going to move forward now because it doesn't seem the other person is going to join us. So I'll hand over to David now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Razia and Bern. Can we, Dr. Pathak, do you want to say something? Please be short, okay? Thank you. There's a mic coming.
I entirely agree with observation of Honorable Chairman of Public Service Commission. And that is a situation prevailing in the entire world. In democratic form society, only the votes can decide who can be the leader. And wealth cannot decide. The President of America, when elected, their allegation is there about some problems. So question is, what he said, totally pragmatic, totally practical, and this is for the entire. The difference between, I'm a founder of a movement. Madiba Gandhi may be a very big leader, but I'm a small leader of a movement. It started in 1970. The question is that the person who organizes things and person who participates both have different views. So therefore, if you have no burden to coordinate an organization, your view will be different. So with these words, I thank you.
Thank you very much for that. That was a comment, not a question. So just an announcement. What has happened is that we've been trying to link with Jonathan Kutab, who's in New York. It's in the early hours of the morning for him. I think it was 3:30 when we started. And unfortunately, he's not on the screen, so we haven't been able to link it up with him. This has happened during the course of the conference in the last couple of days. Some of the people we were not able, because of technical issues, but we've had them record their presentation, and we'll have to do this one also. It's a critical presentation that we needed to hear. All of us are aware of the continuing conflict in the Middle East, the Palestine-Israeli question that has been going on for decades now. And there seems to be no end to the violence that is happening there. Jonathan Kutab is a Palestinian who's a Christian, and he looked at the solution, which was called the two-nation solution. And he gives a commentary on that. In fact, he wrote a book on that. And he gives a commentary now on whether that is still possible. And it was wonderful if we had him to speak, not in person, but live stream today. But unfortunately, that is not possible. But we will get it recorded, and we will circulate it to everybody. I think the whole session is being recorded, and it'll be available. We've got a couple of minutes. We were not able to enter into any discussion in the two plenaries in the morning yesterday. The one was by Professor Judith Brown, and the other was Dr. Elizabeth Williams. Johnny Mack had a chance to respond to some questions that he raised. I'm just wondering whether there's anybody who wants to make a comment, if you've written it down during those presentations, if you want to make a comment or ask a question now. We've got a couple of minutes before we break for tea. Or was yesterday too long? Is that Asha? Okay. Can we get a mic to her, please? No, we're getting a mic to you. We know you got a big mouth, but it's not loud enough, right?
Thank you. On the question of the betrayal, the great betrayal, the neoliberal policies that were, the compromises that were agreed upon at CODESA and afterwards, must I hold the mic closer? Okay. I had a thought while sitting here. Who actually betrayed who during that time? Was it Nelson Mandela that betrayed us? Do we not acknowledge the fact that there were three different liberation groupings that took place, that were in existence at the time? Those that operated within the country under the auspices of the UDF, those that were in exile, and those that were in prison. And that while we as activists might have thought that we had one coherent movement, all fighting for the same thing, against the same oppressor, maybe we were mistaken. Maybe we were indeed fighting against the same oppressor, but certainly not for the same thing. As time has passed, and in the work that I'm doing as well, I'm tending towards really concluding that we were definitely not all working towards the same outcome. And I think that that might be true of many movements that are fighting against a common enemy. That common enemy, when clearly identified as a black person, as a black person for white people, or as a white person for black people, or the Afrikaner, or whoever we identify as a common enemy, can unite us in a way. But it's the hard work of actually asking ourselves, what is it that we're all fighting for, What are we trying to build? That I think maybe we didn't do enough of during the liberation movement. And I don't think, we definitely cannot blame Nelson Mandela for that. We cannot say that he betrayed us. I think what we did was that we assumed many things. We hoped for many things. In that euphoria, how on earth could we imagine that we actually are not
Can we round up, please, Asha?
one coherent movement? We couldn't. So I don't think necessarily betrayal is the correct word. I think we slipped up, and we have time to learn from it, and definitely the young people of today can learn from our mistakes and try to build towards something and build alliances with groups that you might not think as traditional allies, but would be allies for a particular outcome of solidarity type economy. Anyway, that's my little
thank you very much.
2 cents worth.
Yeah, when you said, what are we fighting for? What came to mind is John Sebastian's song at Woodstock.
Yeah.
What are we fighting for?
Exactly.
Yeah, the next stop is Vietnam, you were saying then, yeah. For those of you who are old enough to remember Woodstock. Thank you very much. Before we break for tea, I just want to remind us of why we were here during the last couple of days. And maybe we've got a couple of sessions left to perhaps answer some of these questions. This conference was seeking to offer an international, interdisciplinary, scholarly platform for the critical and constructive reflection on the key current global issues and how these articulate with the towering legacies of these three icons that we discussed this week, that is Gandhi, Mandela, and King. In respect of the problematizing solution-driven thinking through some select global issues in current and contextually relevant ways, we hope that the conference will meaningfully contribute towards a greater appreciation of the relevance and practicalities for the achievement of global peace and justice and for a better sustainable world for all. Of course, we were celebrating, well, not celebrating, but we were commemorating the 130th anniversary of Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi's eviction from a first-class train. And all of us know the significance of that. We've said enough of that, I think, during this time. And also, I think we missed the 33rd year of the release of Nelson Mandela from prison. That's this year, 2023. It's the 25th year of the observance of the Martin Luther King Jr. Federal holiday by all the states of the United States of America. And it's a celebration of the 65 years of independence of many African states, and the 29th year, of course, of our dawn of our democracy in South Africa. So ultimately, we were hoping that it will be an occasion to critically reflect on the theme of transformative nonviolent, socially relevant mobilization and action, for which not only Gandhi, but also Mandela and King are well famous, as they, in their own ways, continued aspects of Gandhi's thought and action, spanning 45 years from the event at the Pietermaritzburg train station to his death at the hands of an assassin in January 1948. I think that is, when we put this conference out, we say that is what we hope to achieve. And colleagues, I'm saying that we've got 2 more sessions, and by the time we get to the end, let's ensure that some of these things are addressed. We don't want to walk out of this conference as another conference, all these wonderful things. We need to address some of the issues that we were wanting to, to question at the beginning. And let's see if we can formulate some kind of plan of action. We're going to say more about that when we get to the reports back from the various roundtables and so on, and the formulation of the resolutions. It's unfortunate that we still can't get Jonathan Kuta. We'll see whether we can fit him in at some stage in the program today. But we're going to be breaking for tea now, and for the first time since the conference starting on the 6th, we are on time for tea. Can you believe that? I think give everybody a round of applause, right? And this time there's no excuse, so you'll be back here at 10:30. Thank you very much.
What's that spell?
Well, come on, all you big strong men. Uncle Sam needs your help again. Got himself in a terrible jam way down yonder in Vietnam. Put down your books and pick up a gun. We're gonna have a whole lot of fun. And it's one box there. One box right inside. Oh, there's
Oh, got it. Little boy power. Little boy power. So I found that.
And it's 1, 2, 3. What are we fighting for? Don't ask me, I don't give a damn. Next stop is Vietnam. And it's 5, 6, 7. Open up the pearly gates. Well, ain't no time to wonder why we're all gonna die. Now come on, generals, let's move fast. We'll big chances.
Thank you kindly, ma'am.
You take.
Yeah,
So I'm gonna.
but can we have a mic?
Yeah,
And mic?
understand. And mic.
Yeah.
Not to the stand.
And it's 5, 6.
You part of the.
Yeah, I'm the moderator.
All right. So. Cut. Cut.
We have copies of the Indian opinion being sold for 10 rand each in the foyer. 10 South African rand copies of the Indian opinion reprinted, sold in the foyer. And I'm not looking for a job to sell newspapers or things like that.
Yes, some slides. I'd like to show some. Yeah. When Good morning. It's 6 minutes to the next presentation. Please all collect yourself and come inside the auditorium. We'll start the influence of religions on Gandhi and his influence on religions. Thank you. Please, if you don't mind, I appreciate it.
1 T. 1 T. T1.
You want to load?
I loaded a couple of PowerPoints. Can you, let me see. Onto the main page, go back to the main page. This is one. These are the two. We're going to present now. This one we've got. Are you Christian?
I'm all. Tamil.
Tamil, but Christian?
No, my girlfriend is Christian.
But you're Hindu.
Yeah.
Okay, when you said Jesus, I'm just
I say Om Namah Shivaya, Jesus, Muruga.
No, you like this. About the
So it's
religions
this one,
we
yeah?
have.
Global Gandhi
Missions.
Missions
That's the second.
and Gandhi religions.
Correct, that's one. You can, we load that, we can open it.
Gandhi religions.
Yeah, just put that title slide. You can just open it.
Yeah, now I close all the other windows.
Yeah. Just open the initial slide. Just put Gandhi. Yeah, it's a slideshow.
Yeah. And then I'd see, I come here, shortcut. I take a shortcut.
Yeah,
right?
Oh, thank you.
Right.
Okay. I have one more.
So you
YouTube to load for later. I'll give it to you later.
And
your name, sir?
Tintin. Tintin. T-I-N.
Oh, Tintin.
Like the cartoon.
Yeah, Tintin. Okay.
So, were you presenting first?
No. There's another second. I'll be.
Okay. So I'll
we'll
present
just leave it for the people to understand. Thank you.
Is this yours?
Testing 1 2.
Newton, can we send a message to the tent, please? We're giving them 5 minutes to get back. We're going to start now. Thank you.
Testing. Testing 1 2.
Just now? Good. Testing. Just trying something. Make our life easier for us.
Testing 1 2. Testing. Testing.
Umang, can we just ask the volunteers that are in the foyer to move everybody in, and they themselves must close up those tables now until lunchtime, please.
So how are we going to do this?
What you do is tick off who's here. Because we don't want to call somebody. Just tick off who's
Okay, let them come back. I'll do my scan and then wait, David. How are we doing this? Do you want me to hand from here? You're going to stand there, so I'll just pass you the bag and the scroll by the scroll. Is that how you're going to do it?
Maybe if we get somebody to manage.
Who you want to manage? You're going to call it. Who's going to manage it? What do you want? Someone
on the committee. Somebody from the university also. By the way, we haven't got any university. Where's Prof?
T1T. Yeah.
We'll send something.
Just tell Prof that this one.
I've sent him the link and so on. To me? Oh, okay. Oh.
That's the same link. Aren't we using the same one? Same one.
Yeah, he's got it.
The webinar one.
Oh, the webinar one.
That
Okay.
stays on. That's continuous on this.
There's it here. It's here. Yeah.
Oh, the form you sent it. That's what it is. The form. I didn't email it to you or check emails.
Okay. Somebody phoning me. It'll come up like that. Raksika? You can't see it. Okay, can you hear me? No, it's fine.
Testing.
Give us some sound, brother. Give us some sound on this.
Page 2.
Because then I must tell Asha now to bring her wanted.
Yeah. Sound we need, otherwise we're fine.
Try now. Page 2. See if any signal coming there. No signal.
Zoom is on, yeah.
No, I have to play it from there. David, I can't play this here now.
Don't worry. I'll sing.
No, lovely. Because of the Zoom being on.
Yeah, no, it's fine. Okay, good morning, everybody, again. We're going to be starting. There's some people still in the foyer, but we can't wait any longer. And so we're moving on to the next session of the final day, and that is actually 3 panels, and it's going to be some very, very interesting, robust kind of discussion, we hope, as we go through. The first one is going to be chaired by, let me just get this now. Just give me a moment, sorry. Get this thing done. It's going to be chaired by Mr. Homi Gandhi, and he's from the United States. He is currently the co-chair of the Fazana Interfaith Activities Committee. Fazana stands for the Federation of Zoroastrian Associations of North America. He was the president and the NGO's first main representative to the United Nations in consultation with ECOSOC at the Department of Public Information. Mr. Gandhi is co-president of the Peace, let me just get back to this thing. He's co-president of the Religions for Peace World Council and a member of RFP, USA's Executive Council. He retired from active work some years back, and he is currently, actually after 20 years in the public accounting, he's an accountant, and 25 years in financial services at the New York Stock Exchange and the Financial Industry Regulatory Authority. He's received various awards. I'm not going to go into, we're running out of time now. So with those few words, can I please introduce Mr. Homi Gandhi.
Good morning. Good morning, honorable guests, sisters and brothers. Thanks to the organizers of this prestigious conference to invite this panel to present a brief outline about Gandhiji's interfaith message and multi-faith relationship. Gandhiji's relationship with many religious communities was the result of his deep belief in the divine conscience of each human being. He believed that each individual born in a family with any particular faith was one representative of that faith, and he should deepen his or her knowledge and understanding so that he or she must be respected and respect others for the customs, ethics, and traditions of that faith. We have on the stage Dr. Christian Bartolf from Gandhi Information Center in Germany, who will present Christian faith. Dr. Sriram Sonti from Chicago, who will present from the Hindu faith, and Mr. Arvind Vora from Long Island Multi-Faith Forum, USA, who will present from the Jain faith. I am the moderator for this meeting, and as we have limited time, I will introduce each panelist with a brief bio. Each panelist will speak for 5 or less minutes, and the rest of the time we will spend on question answer or comments. So, to introduce Dr. Christian Bartolf, he is the president of Gandhi Information Center, Society of Education in Berlin, Germany. He has been author of many articles and books, including Gandhi, Hollenbeck, and Tolstoy. He is author of many exhibitions and publications. He is Doctor of Philosophy from Free University Berlin in 2021. He is educational and political scientist with 2 university diplomas. And he has been a human rights activist, counselor, for conscientious objectors from 1991 to 2006. Next to him is Dr. Sriram Santi. He is an ophthalmologist by profession, a vice president of Gandhi Memorial Foundation in Chicago. He was inspired by Mahatma Gandhi since 1986. He previously visited Pietermaritzburg in 1999 and 2019. He has presented more than 200 PowerPoint presentations on Mahatma Gandhi and now on a journey to inculcate Gandhian values and spirit among global youth through Global Gandhi Youth Mission. His motto is, "Be the change you want to see in this world." Next to him is Mr. Arvind Vora. Mr. Arvind Vora has been very active in Indian American activities and community service on Long Island for more than 45 years. One more. Sorry. Okay. He is the founding member. Well, he is the founding member of Shanti Fund, Long Island Multi-Faith Forum, where he is chairman, and India Association of Long Island. He is the past president of that association. Mr. Vora was greeted by Pope Benedict in 2005, Pope Francis in 2015, US President Clinton in 1993, Indian President Dr. Abul Kalam Azad in 2005, and he's been awarded the highest recognition, Jaina Ratna, at the Jaina Convention in 2003. After 40 plus years of service with Suffolk County in New York State, Mr. Vora retired in 2010 with AAA prestigious Traffic Safety Award. Please welcome all the panelists. Now I will pass on the baton to Dr. Bartov to talk about Gandhiji's multi-faith relationship with Christian faith.
You know that Gandhi cherished Anglican hymns like Abide with Me or Lead Kindly Light, but this is not what I focus on now. It's just to give the words of Gandhi on his relation to the Sermon on the Mount. Sermon on the Mount. Why do you think that the truth lies only in believing in Jesus as you do? Again, why do you think that an Orthodox Hindu cannot follow out the precepts of the Sermon on the Mount? So the Sermon on the Mount was a central doctrine or teaching. Now, I would like, this is in 5 minutes, the only thing I can do, give the words of Gandhi. Talk on board of SS Pilsner back from Europe to India, December 25, 1931. Extracted from Mahadev Desai's report, The Jesus I Love. The talk was given by Gandhi at 4:30 a.m. in the morning. Half a dozen persons attended. December 25, 1931. I shall tell you how, to an outsider like me, the story of Christ, as told in the New Testament, has struck. My acquaintance with the Bible began nearly 45 years ago, and that was through the New Testament. I could not then take much interest in the Old Testament. which I had certainly read, if only to fulfill a promise I had made to a friend whom I happened to meet in a hotel. But when I came to the New Testament and the Sermon on the Mount, I began to understand the Christian teaching. And the teaching of the Sermon on the Mount echoed something I had learned in childhood and something which seemed to be part of my being and which I felt was being acted up to in the daily life around me. I say it seemed to be acted up to, meaning thereby that it was not necessary for my purpose, that they were actually living the life. This teaching was non-retaliation or non-resistance to evil. Of all the things I read, what remained with me forever was that Jesus came almost to give a new law, though he of course had said he had not come to give a new law, but tack something on to the old Mosaic law. Well, he changed it so that it became a new law, not an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth, but to be ready to receive 2 blows when one was given, and to go 2 miles when you were asked to go 1. I said to myself, this is what one learns in one's childhood. Surely this is not Christianity. For all I had then been given to understand was that to be a Christian was to have a brandy bottle in one hand and beef in the other. The Sermon on the Mount, however, falsified the impression. As my contact with real Christians, that is, men living in fear of God, increased, I saw that the Sermon on the Mount was the whole of Christianity for him who wanted to live a Christian life. It is that sermon which has endeared Jesus to me. I may say that I have never been interested in a historical Jesus. I should not care if it was proved by someone that the man called Jesus never lived, and that what was narrated in the Gospels was a figment of the writer's imagination. For the Sermon on the Mount would still be true for me. Reading, therefore, the whole story in that light, it seems to me that Christianity has yet to be lived, unless one says that where there is boundless love and no idea of retaliation whatsoever, it is Christianity that lives. But then it surmounts all boundaries and book teaching. Then it is something indefinable, not capable of being preached to men, not capable of being transmitted from mouth to mouth, but from heart to heart. But Christianity is not commonly understood in that way. Somehow, in God's providence, the Bible has been preserved from destruction by the Christians, so-called. The British and Foreign Bible Society has had it translated into many languages. All that may serve a real purpose in the time to come. 2,000 years in the life of a living faith may be nothing. For though we sang, all glory to God on high, and on the earth be peace, there seems to be today neither glory to God nor peace on earth. As long as it remains a hunger still unsatisfied, as long as Christ is not yet born, we have to look forward to him. When real peace is established, we will not need demonstrations, but it will be echoed in our life, not only in individual life, but in corporate life. Then we shall say, Christ is born. That to me is the real meaning of the verse we have sung. Then we will not think of a particular day in the year as that of the birth of Christ, but as an ever-recurring event which can be enacted in every life. And the more I think of fundamental religion, and the more I think of miraculous conceptions of so many teachers who have come down from age to age and climb to climb, the more I see that there is behind them the eternal truth that I have narrated, that needs no label or declaration. It consists in the living of life, never ceasing, ever progressing towards peace. When, therefore, one wishes a happy Christmas without the meaning behind it, it becomes nothing more than an empty formula. And unless one wishes for peace for all life, one cannot wish for peace for oneself. It is a self-evident axiom, like the axioms of Euclid, that one cannot have peace unless there is in one an intense longing for peace all around. You may certainly experience peace in the midst of strife, but that happens only when, to remove strife, you destroy your whole life, you crucify yourself. And so, as the miraculous birth is an eternal event, so is the cross an eternal event in this stormy life. Therefore, we dare not think of birth without death on the cross. Living Christ means a living cross. Without it, life is a living death.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Dr. Shanti, you go next, please.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Om Shanti. You may be seeing some of the slides shared by the mentee I presented on the first day. This is more about the spirituality of Gandhiji. And I always thought what happened to him weeks before he landed in Durban on the way to Pretoria and Pietermaritzburg. And I came to the conclusion it's the religion that made him strong. It is the belief in himself through God that made him strong. So I'll just go through a few slides very fast. Here we know Jesus the Christ, the Anointed One. Those who didn't see the presentation earlier, Muhammad the Prophet, a spiritual seer, Gautama the Buddha, Enlightened One, but we came to Gandhi, who is the great soul. And true spirituality, here he says, using the connotation of Vaishnava Janato from Narsi Mehta, those who care for the poor and disadvantaged is the true human being. And this is Narsi Mehta. And Mahatma Gandhi later on had written, the person who changed him, though is a Jain, I'm going to extend further into the Hinduism later on. Mr. Vora will take care of the Jainism part. And there he has asked the question, what is God? And he's also asked otherwise things. So recently there's a publication, our presentation came from Mr. Singh and Mr. and Mrs. Singh, Gandhi on Religion, Faith and Conversion, a secular blueprint relevant today. Here they say Gandhi believed in judging people of other faiths from their standpoint rather than his own. He welcomed contact of Hinduism with other religions, especially the Christian doctrines, for he did not want to be debarred from assimilating good from anywhere else. He believed a respectful study of others' religion was a sacred duty, and he did not reduce reverence for one's own. What he says in principle here is understand other religions before we criticize them, or have a revered approach towards your own religion. Unless you study it, don't stick to just ritualism. incorporate spiritualism in your life. Here he says he refused to abuse a man for his fanatical deeds, for he tried to see them from other person's point of view. He believed Jesus expressed the will and the Spirit of God, but could not accept Jesus as the only incarnate Son of God. If Jesus was like God or God himself, then all men were like God and God himself. Here he says he felt a person wanting to convert. This is the way the question is coming. So there is a belief or there is an understanding or something is that many Christian missionaries are coming to India and converting Hindus into Christianity. This is some reference to that, though controversial. I just want you to know the Gandhiji's perspective on it. He felt a person wanting to convert should try to be a good follower of his own faith rather than seek goodness in the change of faith. His early impressions of Christianity were unfortunate, which underwent a change when he discovered the New Testament and the Sermon on the Mount. And Christian Bartov talked about it. In a multi-religious secular polity like that of India, Gandhi's ideas on religion and attitude toward other religions could serve as a secular blueprint to ponder over and implement. For him, all religions are equal. And here he says, it has been my experience that I am always true from my point of view, but I am often wrong from the point of view of my honest critics. I know that we are both right from our respective points of view, but this knowledge saves me from attributing motives to my opponents and critics. Here he says, although religion can be debated, the hallmark of a genuine debate is objectivity. Listen to the word objectivity and mutual respect. And religion, as faith in general, finds itself unable to encourage this in its debaters. He also says, I prefer to retain the label of my forefathers so long as it does not cramp my growth and does not debar me from assimilating all that is good anywhere else. So here Gandhi also says, Gandhi of course was born a Hindu, but his interpretation of Hinduism was his own. While keeping firm roots in ancient Hinduism, he welcomed contact with other religions, especially the Christian doctrines. In this, he had no doubt that he would not do any injustice to Hinduism. Here he says, I was born a Hindu, so I won't do any injustice to Hinduism. And also he could assimilate and synthesize whatever new elements it came up against. My respect to study other religions has not abated my reverence for or my faith in Hindu scriptures, he says. So he always believed in scriptures. So talking next of an atheist of reason and practical application, he said, there are some who in the egotism of their reason declare that they have nothing to do with religion. But it is like a man saying that he breathes, but he has no nose. Even a man who disowns religion cannot and does not live without a religion. Here says, it is no business of mine to criticize the scriptures of other faiths or to point out their defects, but it is both my right and duty to point out the defects in Hinduism in order to purify it and keep it pure. And talking of tolerance and respect in other faiths, he always believed in tolerance with other religions. While attending a Wellington convention of devout Christians who prayed for him and wanted him to change his religion, he said, I was delighted at their faith. I saw that they were praying for me, but I could understand and appreciate the devoutness of those who attended. But I saw no reason for changing my belief and my religion. It was impossible for me to regard Christianity as a perfect religion or the greatest of all religions. Sorry for this comment. If a person wants to believe in the Bible, let him say so. But why should he discard his own religion? This proselytization will mean no peace in the world. Okay, it was more than I could believe that Jesus was the only incarnate Son of God. Supposing a Christian came to me and said he was captivated by a reading of Bhagavat, so he wanted to declare himself a Hindu, I should say to him, no, what was the Bhagavat offers, the Bible also offers. You have not yet made the attempt to find it out. But so far as one can understand the present effort, it is to uproot Hinduism from the very foundation and replace it by another faith. It is like an attempt to destroy a house which, though badly in want of repair, appears to the dweller quite decent and habitable. All religions are more or less true. And the essence of his ideas on religion was expressed thus. After long study and experience, I have come to the conclusion that all religions are true, All religions have some errors in them. All religions are almost as dear to me as my own Hinduism. Let man pick up the truth again and let the truth reside in temples once again. And these are the couple of books he has written, Gandhiji, on Hindu Dharma and his impression on Bhagavad Gita. These are some other books. And there are some of the quotations. And here is his conclusion as a Sanatana Hindu. He says he is a Hindu. He says, I believe in the Vedas, the Upanishads, the Puranas, and all that goes by the name of Hindu scriptures, and therefore in avatars and rebirth. I believe in the Varnashrama Dharma. Remember this. This is the casteism, which he says, I believe in the Varnashrama Dharma in a sense, in my opinion, strictly Vedic, but not in its present popular and crude sense of division. He believed in a horizontal sense of Varnashrama Dharma, not the vertical, which later it got modified to. I believe in the protection of cow in its much large sense than is popular. I do not disbelieve in, let me say again, I do not disbelieve in idol worship. Let me conclude here. So Hinduism is a very common Hinduism. He read lots of Vedas and everything, scriptures, but at the end, the conclusion is the basic is, believe in prayer, believe in God, and that only can sustain you in terms of challenge when critics appear in front of you. Thank you one and all for listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Santi. I'd like Mr. Arvind Bora to talk about his relations, Gandhiji's relationship with Jain faith. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, homie and fellow panelists, and as well as all the people who are here to hear about our presentation. I have 5 minutes, 3 minutes for Long Island Multi-Faith Forum, 1.5 minutes for Jain Faith, and 50 seconds or 30 seconds donation. Homie. Long Island Multi-Faith Forum was founded. Long Island Multi-Faith Forum was founded with the generosity of Christian people towards newly arrived immigrants on Long Island in 1994. And for lack of whatever reason, they selected me as a chairman. And there are 12 existing living faiths on Long Island. To bring understanding among faith was the main purpose. Gandhi statue came later on, and two historic events for Gandhi, from my perspective, his October 2nd, his birthday, January 30th, Punyatithi, his death anniversary, October 2nd, be peaceful, January 30th, be non-violent. Those are our main theme. And for Punyatithi, January 30th as well as October 2nd, we do celebration as well as observance of Punyatithi on exact day it falls, not on weekend, which is more likely in America because it's convenience for people to attend. But we believe that if you truly believe in Gandhi's message of peace and non-violence, you can afford to sacrifice once a year, couple of hours. Just to give you an idea about Long Island Multi-Faith Forum, we have been observing Gandhi Punyatithi from 2005 to 2010 at the Indian Consulate. Because of the distance, we changed it to where Gandhi statue is on Long Island, which is almost 2 hours drive one way to reach the location, and it becomes very difficult for many faith people to come to New York City. Just to give you an idea of last year's program, we had prayer services from, and of course we begin with the Gandhi's famous bhajan Vaishnav Janto that Dr. Santi just mentioned about Narsi Mehta, and Christianity having largest population, and knowing the division of Roman Catholic, Protestant, as well as Orthodox. So we have 3 prayers from those people, and the same thing for Islam, at least 2, Sunni and Shia, and the same thing for Hindu, 3 different faiths. But then we have Baha'i, Buddhist, Zoroastrian, Jain, Unitarian Universalist, Sikh, Brahma Kumaris, Yoga Spirituality, Jewish, and meditation too, plus Gathering of Light, which is similar organization like Long Island Multi-Faith Forum. The purpose is very simple. No speeches, no lecture about Gandhis and all those things. Just say peaceful prayer from your faith and be peaceful and be understanding your neighbor's religion and respectful. Purpose is that we want to have our own street peaceful, we want to have our block peaceful, we want to have our neighborhood peaceful, and enlarging the circle. Capacity of Suffolk County plaza level is 150 people, and for the first time this year, we had 95% RSVP. Usually it's very difficult because there is no charge, government facility, you cannot charge anything. And to bring those people is credit goes to the Volunteer of Shanti Fund as well as Long Island Multi-Faith Forum and people who believe in Gandhi's message of cooperation, coexistence, peaceful and non-violent way. Homie, is it 3 minutes or less? Okay. For Gandhi and Jainism, I'm Jain. I was born in Ahmedabad, which is just 10 minutes walking distance from Gandhi Ashram. Gandhi and Mahatma Gandhi's language and my language is same, so many things that are not in English, but what he wrote in Gujarati, not always easy to translate, so I can relate many things being a fellow Gujarati. For Jainism and Gandhi, my wife had a yesterday panel presentation, so anybody who wants to have it, she will be more than happy to send you the electronic version. But in Jainism, there are 3 principles which are very important, and most of the time my half-an-hour presentations goes on those 3 A. First A, most of you have heard enough about ahimsa, which means non-violence. The second one is aparigraha, which is almost very difficult at this present time in materialistic world, to live with bare minimum possessions. It's called aparigraha, don't accumulate, don't have it, don't buy it, don't possess things more than you need it. And the third one is very important, anekantvad. People rightfully possess subjectivity. I can give my opinion subjectively. Dr. Sonti mentioned about objectivity. That requires little more time to figure it out. But the most important thing is truth has so many dimensions and it's very almost impossible to figure it out because there are multiple dimensions. And Gandhi, if you look at all his action, he has thought about, hey, this guy is going to figure out this way, this guy is this. And particularly all the legal cases, he figured out and put the judges in a very difficult situation by telling them that give me the maximum penalty because I broke the law which are inhuman. And seeing that things, almost all the judges either let him go or gave very bare minimum sentences. These 3 principles, if we adopt in our life, we Jain do as much as we can, is a charisma for peaceful coexistence world. Our population of Jainism, we are 12 people from USA, 8 of them are Jain, and my friend tells me 10 of them are Jain. And my friend tells me that for every 700 person, there is only one Jain. So today, you are seeing more Jains than most people others see it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Arvind, for a wonderful presentation. I will now give you Gandhiji's multi-faith relationship with Zoroastrian community. Mahatma Gandhi was deeply interested in the comparative study of religions since the date of his birth. His interest in religious matters was due to the religious background of India. Religion to Gandhi was not a matter of individual experience. Gandhiji found God within creation. The meaning of word dharma is religion in India, a comprehensive term which embraces all of humanity. Gandhi referred to God as truth, which has great significance. This resonates with the Zoroastrian prayer of Hashem Vahu. Gandhiji's mission was not only to humanize religion, but also to moralize it. Gandhi's interpretation of Hinduism, Islam, Zoroastrianism, and Christianity made his religion a federation of different religions' faith. Mahatma Gandhi had a great respect for all communities and religions, including that of the Parsis, which are Zoroastrians. Parsis are the Zoroastrians who came to India from Pars region of Iran, and that's why they're known as Parsis. He has written in many books about Zoroastrians, and I'm going to quote some of them. When I was turning over the pages of the sacred books of different faiths for my own satisfaction, I became sufficiently familiar for my purpose with Christianity, Islam, Zoroastrianism, Judaism, and Hinduism, and found the same fundamental morality in each. His prayer meetings, whether in Sabarmati or South Africa, were attended by Muslims, Christians, Zoroastrians. One of his clients, Rustamji, you can see his picture outside an exhibition, attending all these prayer meetings, and he asked to replace, when the name Rama was spoken in the prayer, he asked to replace Hormuzd. Hormuzd is Aura Mazda in Zoroastrian scriptures. And he agreed to that immediately and followed it whenever Rustamji was present and his family were there. On 4th September 1988, Gandhiji sailed from Bombay to London with 3 letters of introduction. He wanted a letter for Dadabhai Nauroji. Dadabhai Nauroji was the first Indian, first non-Britisher to be a member of parliament in England. He felt uncomfortable approaching him without a letter of introduction. The doctor who gave him the letter said, "You need no introduction. You being an Indian is sufficient introduction." And as he approached him, he marveled at meeting him. When he was going to England to petition the British government, he respectfully wrote a letter to Dadabhai Nauroji, asking his guidance as Elder Dada in handling with the British politicians. Later, Gandhiji acknowledged, and this is in the book, "I soon found that Indian students had free access to the grand old man at all hours of the day. Instead, he was in place of father to every one of them, no matter to which province or religion they belonged. Dadabhai Nauroji was a regular source of advice and inspiration to me, particularly when I was in South Africa. We exchanged letters almost every week. And Gandhiji says that I have always been a hero worshipper, and Dadabhai became real Dada to me. In one of the letters to Dadabhai, he wrote, "I am yet inexperienced and young and therefore prone to make mistakes. The responsibility that I have undertaken was out of proportion to my ability. However, that just as Dadabhai was fighting for the rights of Indians in England, I am fighting for the rights of Indians in South Africa." And in this letter, he requested Dadabhai to kindly guide and advise him and make suggestions which Gandhiji said he would follow as advice coming from a father to a son. Besides Dadabhai, many Zoroastrians came into Gandhi's life, and he had the highest regards for them. Gandhiji is believed to have said about the Parsis, "In numbers, Parsis are beneath contempt, but in contribution beyond compare." If Bombay was beautiful, Gandhiji writes, if Bombay was noted for its generosity, if Bombay was for its public spirit, it was due to the Parsi community. If it were not for the Parsis, Bombay would be like any other city in India, and the whole of India was thankful to the Parsis for this. Coincidentally, in South Bombay, Mahatma Gandhi Road begins when Dadabhai Naoroji Road ends. Thank you. If there is any time, we will have questions or comments. I think there's
Sorry, we are horribly behind time. So we've got 5 minutes to the half an hour. So maybe we can take Mr. Gandhi, just one perhaps comment from the back.
There are two questions at the back.
And please be brief.
Yeah.
I think the gentleman that is putting his hand up here has spoken 4 times in the conference already. Can we ask somebody else, please? No, I agree with you. No, that will be good. But I'm saying just be brief, just be mindful that there are other people that want to speak. The 2 gentlemen at the back there.
Thank you very much, Chairman. My name is Luazi. I just want to ask the first speaker, forgive me, I don't remember the name. You spoke about Christianity, and at that you spoke about the Old Testament. Now, how does a black child like myself pray or believe to Christianity, wherein Christianity was a vehicle to administer brutal forces of segregation? You speak about the Old Testament, and I think black people referencing to culture are the people who are implementing the Old Testament. Reference Reverend John Colenso, who we call Sobantu. Lastly, you speak about the fear of God. The fear of God was used again to control the white slaves from rebellion. Reference Willie Lynch, who he said, "Keep the physique strong, but take away the mind. Beat them to death and put the fear of God in their eyes." 3, you speak about spirituality.
Ask your question. Please ask your question.
My question is that, how, I asked it was my initial statement, which said, how does a black child pray to a God who was responsible for oppressing him? Thank you.
Yeah, the direct answer is, or response might be that Gandhi emphasized the ethical message. It was not so that he respected Jesus as the sole divinity, as a divine person. No, it was the ethical message was at the core. And what is the ethical message? And this is encapsulated in the last letter of testament from Tolstoy to Gandhi. When Tolstoy narrates very few sentences the story of a girl who resists to accept that there are exemptions of the commandment in the Decalogue, thou shalt not kill. In spite of all the teachers telling her there might be exemptions in this or that case, the girl remained steadfast and she said there's no exception. And this was a letter about Christianity in the ways you describe and the way Gandhi understood according to Tolstoy's doctrine of non-resistance to evil. And this was a courageous act of this girl to remain steadfast in this principle, ethical principle, not to kill. This is the message of Christ, Prince of Peace.
Thank you, Dr. Thank you, Dr. Bartov. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank all my panelists and the audience for coming over here today. And if you have any more questions or comments or want to talk to any particular individual, we will be available during the lunch hour. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I hope we have, everybody understands in terms of the time constraints that we have. We want to move to resolutions properly. We don't want to rush that, and so we need to keep to the time. There is one thing that we have to do before, please. There is one thing that we have to do before we get into the next panel. You're going to be here. Are all of you here? Okay. This is because some people are leaving because of flights and so on, and we have to do this before they leave. And so we want to call to the front, if you can please come forward, the keynote speakers and our chief guests for this conference. Yes. Sorry? No, we apologize for that.
For me to be told that I've spoken or I've speak 4 times in this conference and I'm not supposed to speak, I feel like we are not practicing what this conference is supposed to do. And that is problematic.
Yes, no.
Why am I feeling that? And that was the comment I wanted to make. Pre-colonial Africa had its own religions and its own belief and its own ways of interpreting God. And Professor Mbiti make it clear. Mbiti argues,
Sorry.
Religion to Africans is an anthropological phenomenon which pertains to the question of existence and beings. And if that is the way of Africans and how we define religion, what was the relationship of Gandhi with African religions? And what was his interpretation of African religions? Chair, that to me was a little bit out of order.
Thank you very much,
Chair.
and I've apologized for that, and I'm saying that there are time constraints in terms of the way this the conversations have happened, and that's the only reason. There was no disrespect at all, and I think that your point is noted, and the chairperson, Mr. Gandhi, is saying that you'll have an opportunity then to interact with the panel. There are other people also in the audience that wanted to speak. Unfortunately, everybody can't speak. And I must say this, that there were some very, very good keynotes that were given during the plenaries that we didn't have time in order to have this kind of interaction. And so unfortunately, that's the way the conference went. And we apologize for those people that didn't have a chance to say what they want to. But I think many people that wanted to speak have spoken. So with that said, let me just, before the next panel comes in, we're eating into their time, I know that, but we have to do this as an organizing committee, and we have to say thank you to the chief guests and the keynote speakers that have graced our function, our conference with their presence and for the inputs that they've given. And I want to call the following to please receive a small token of our appreciation for being here today and for the rest of the week. First off is our chief guest and the person that gave the keynote address at the opening of the conference, Professor Claiborne Carlson from Stanford University. Let me do this one, no? Yeah. Then we're going to call. Okay. Can we please have Bunny Buller here? Next up is Dr. Ila Gandhi. She's coming down now. Yes, I see her. Do you want to read these names out? Because there's nobody here to do it. Okay, let me do this. Come through, Ila.
Can I call Professor Reverend Busak? Dr. Johnny Mack? Professor Judith Brown? Professor Elizabeth Williams? She here? She not here? Okay, I can't see her. Professor Prasad? Dr. Sonti? Mr. Pathak? My apologies, Dr. Pathak. Mr. Animalay? And Kishaf Gupta. Yes, yes. You can come do a full photo together. Yeah, everyone's in front. Could we get a photo of everyone together, if possible? Yes. Yeah, he's there.
Where's Busa?
Vaughn Harris isn't here. Busa was here. Where is he?
He's gone.
Where is he?
So quickly then.
Judith's not.
Oh, there's he there. Is that
Judith's
sitting
there.
back there? Right in the
No.
corner?
Not
Not him there.
him. I don't know where he's gone to.
Why so quickly?
He's-
Ask him to make an announcement for him.
Reverend Busak, please can we have you down?
I told you he's sitting right in there.
Who's missing? Who's missing? Vern isn't here. Vern Harris. I needed to give him, but he's not here.
Let me close this, open the next one. Okay.
We'll have to wait one for time, right? We are very, very short.
Okay.
We need to get straight into this thing.
Okay, sure.
So please.
Yeah, no, I didn't know that. So go ahead.
Please,
go ahead.
if you don't mind, right?
Yes.
Okay, we got the second panel for today that's going to be chaired by Dr. Sonti, and this is on current Gandhi missions in different parts of the world. I'm going to ask the panel to please be brief, so that at least we can have some time to interact. You know, we saw what happened in the last panel, so let's give people a chance to do that.
I'll invite my panelists, David Jengen. He's going to talk on African Gandhi mission. Mr. Arvind Vora will talk on the New York City and around. Mr. Golanpalli Prasad will talk on Indian Gandhi missions. I'm going to talk on the rest of the USA. And Christian Bartow, he's going to talk on European Gandhi missions.
Mike one, this is. Okay, thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a privilege and an honor to be part of this, the center of universe for Gandhian peace and peace missions. I've been impressed by this Peter-Marisburg once in 1999, then 2019, and now in 2023. I want to bring to your attention there are many Gandhi missions are across the globe, working independently and individually, trying to promote Gandhian vision and mission. In so doing, we are separated, like I say, the 5 fingers of the hand. Each finger has its own purpose, but it's very weak. When you put them together, we can be like the fist with more power and more people involved in this Gandhian vision and mission. I want to bring to your attention a few Gandhian organizations in the US, and then I'll bring to your attention what is happening across the globe. This is my Gandhi, if I might say so. I was involved in Chicago, establishing this Gandhi statue in 2004. When we celebrated, as you can see, we all are in the winter clothing because that's the January 30th, 2023. And this is the statue. As you can see, it's in a public space. And this concept was started to bring in Gandhian vision and mission across Chicago. And most of the time, yeah, we did a Bhumi Puja on July 25th, 2004. Interestingly enough, I just want to give a claim to credit to my younger daughter. She brought Ganges water from Manas Sarovar, and we used that for installing Gandhiji's statue. And most of the activities in most organizations is celebrating Gandhi Jayanti, Gandhi Punyatithi. Then some youth activities, speeches by Indian and non-Indian youth during the birthday celebration, Gandhi bhajans during the annual events, Gandhi PowerPoint presentations, Gandhi photos exhibitions, speeches by Rajmohan Gandhi and Gandhi scholars. Of course, Ila Gandhiji was there too, and peace marches with young students and senior citizens. These are happening at different places. This is our Consul General addressing our group. And this is a Gandhi statue in Atlanta, started by Mr. Subhash Razdan in the King Center. And this is the statue in Washington, D.C. To our, what we call disdain or despair, this is the statue was vandalized by few anti-Gandhi people. And of course, this is resurrected and put back. In the last 3 years, a lot of vandalism is going on across Gandhi statues. So it's about time. That's why I'm talking about the fingers and the fist. It's about time we come together as a peace force so this won't happen again and again. I'll just go through a few pictures. And this is the statue in San Francisco. This is one in San Francisco, as we see. Irving, Texas, they have a grand plaza there. And the statue in Florida. This is a statue in Milwaukee County. Most of them are standing statues. And this is one in Milwaukee County. This is in Houston in a peace garden. And this is one in Texas, Dallas, Texas. And this is how it looks, the Gandhi Plaza in Texas, one of the best in the country. But history is happening in USA. It's the Eternal Gandhi Museum. This is in Houston. It's a $13 million project, spearheaded by one Mr. Atul Kothari. It will have multimedia presentation of what we did on June 7th on the station, replicated there in a three-dimensional way. And this is how it looks in its original format. It is still under construction. And this is how it looks aerial view. And Gandhi was part of violent conflict resolution. That's what they say. That's how they started. And it is a big event that's going to happen for our global Gandhi family. And we were in Washington, D.C. at the statue a few years ago when my daughter was working in Washington. I was at Atlanta Gandhi statue. And this is my own Gandhi Center in my own home in the basement. Every January 30th and October 2nd, we celebrate our own in my own way. And as you can see, the Gandhiji's replica is actually the original, this is a model for the sculpture in Chicago. They auctioned at that time, and I took it for personal reasons, and it has become my Gandhi Smarak Nidhi at home. And this is one of the students presented, as you said, the boy who presented here with us group 3 months ago. And this is that boy. And this is Gandhi statue in New York, Arvind Oraji will tell, and this is the Gandhi statue talked about in a center in Washington, D.C. Miss Kamala has her own center, very serene place. And these are few pictures from that place. And last but not the least, these are the pictures there. And I'll go to the last one. Last one. This is what I want to bring to your attention. This was the most recent Gandhi bust placed in Mississippi, USA. This is being contested because it was put in a court area, physically in the court area. So the local people, some of the anti-Gandhi elements are provoking local people, saying he's anti-black, so they want this to be removed. And we don't have enough union among Gandhi organizations. We have to raise at least $100,000 to defend this case. And we are going to go for it. Once I return to my home, this is my ambition to make sure this stays there. And thank you for all of you. And let's proceed. Mr. Vora, you can talk about the Shanti Fund to the best knowledge possible. This is what is vandalized in Davis.
5 minutes each.
Huh? 5 minutes each, please. Okay.
Yeah, just let me know.
I'm done.
30 seconds before the time is over. So
30 seconds.
The best statement Gandhi made is in red on this, under his statue, "My life is my message." And for us who believe in Gandhi's life and principles and activities he did, is just quietly do the work. Any work you do, there are going to be pluses and minuses. In our case, it was local government, Suffolk County in Long Island, New York, one of the most prosperous place, came to our organization and they said that we want to honor Indian community for their achievement. Prior to that, for 3 years, knowing the structural imbalances and deficiencies in American society, we as an educated first-generation immigrant, the society that puts us on top 5% because of our knowledge, education, and income, we figured that something must be done. And they came to us, we just said that there are too many religions, too many languages, we don't know what to do it. They came up with the idea about Gandhi's statue. It's a life-size statue, perhaps the only one in USA, sculpted by an American sculptor with the same motto that Lincoln said, paraphrase, Gandhi statue by an American for Americans in America. And statues are plenty.
30 seconds.
I said already 4.5 minutes?
30 seconds.
So we have Gandhi statue, and on birthday, there are 3 elements of work we do. One is multi-faith, another one is birthday, and third one is the school students. We are reaching out to more than 50,000 students over last 20 years, and just want to quickly end with that one, that Gandhi statue is at the plaza level of Suffolk County building for last 25 years. Gandhi Peace Garden, inaugurated virtually by Prime Minister Narendra Modi on Gandhi 150, is on Long Island by Shanti Fund. We coordinated, and Shanti Fund organization is in existence for 30 years. Thank you.
Any future vision for Shanti Fund?
Well, we have been asked by Government of India through consulate with many ideas and many plans. Our age and resources limitations precludes many things, but we want to do something that would be unusual, like what's happening in Texas. And we have started already lecture series in local university. And hopefully our purpose is that more people know about Gandhi, understand Gandhi, and follow his lifestyle. That's our goal. And by many standards, by many people's opinion, we are doing exceptionally good in our small community of Long Island, 2 million people, 1,300 square miles area. And many people want us to replicate many things. And I said that you have to find committed, dedicated person in your area, and you have to do the work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Arvind Vora. I just want to show this Satyagraha Institute, recently started by Westerners. That is something very interesting. Mr. Christian Bartov, talk about the institutions and your information center in Europe. 5 minutes, yes.
The Gandhi Information Center, Research and Education for Nonviolence, Research and Education, Society for Education Only, non-commercial, work done by 2 volunteers, one employed by the university, Free University, as a lecturer only, but lifelong, and me unemployed. We both created 21 exhibitions in a private museum, 13 of them in English. We documented this on our website. You can see these exhibitions on the history of nonviolent resistance. and always let the people speak. Albert Schweitzer speak, Mahatma Gandhi speak, Leo Tolstoy speak, Henry David Thoreau speak, John Ruskin, so all these exhibitions you find, also Aldous Huxley, etc. And these exhibitions we are now documenting in the frame of the Free University Berlin. Two of these exhibitions we have already, Erasmus of Rotterdam against war, and the famous humanist, and Dr. Albert Schweitzer's commitment against nuclear war. And he was practicing Gandhi, he was the European Gandhi. Actually, if someone should be named the European Gandhi, it was Dr. Albert Schweitzer, with all his weaknesses, but he was a great man, the greatest man in Europe, I think. He should be honored on the level of the United Nations and UNESCO, and I still challenge the United Nations and UNESCO to do so. But we also wrote a letter to President Biden to bring about a United Nations International Day for mutual aid and solidarity in honoring Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. at his birthday, 15th of January. This should be done as soon as possible, because it is then honoring not just Mahatma Gandhi through the International Day of Nonviolence, 2nd October, but also, and Mandela Day, but also Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. So we twice sent a letter to President Joe Biden, and recently the last one. We documented this on our timeline. And one more maybe, we have a social media group for young and old people to study with information on the cultural activities of the United Nations International Days, because these are not on the screen for many, and the tradition of nonviolence, references to not only to Thoreau, Tolstoy, Gandhi, and King, but also to other active peace groups. And I'm networking with the international network of museums for peace. So they will have a conference in Sweden this summer. And in addition, we published books and articles with research results documenting the dialogues of Gandhi, mostly. And in a way, it is also important in the digital age to have resources represented on the website. And that's what I think Professor Carson will certainly be in consensus with, because he said so yesterday. It is very important to bring the old documents in a good way to all people via the digital media. This refers first to the own website of the Gandhi Information Center. You'll find a lot of resources there you won't find maybe anywhere else. That's the reason why we restrict ourselves on this adult education mostly.
Thank you, Dr. Christian. Professor Prasad, you can talk briefly on the UK, London plus India and Asia, the missions. 5 minutes, because it's a large continent.
By standing, I am not indicating I am going to speak longer. Good morning, everybody. In fact, a session like this, which is given 30 minutes, deserves to be given 3 full days of discussion. What each one is doing is something fantastic. Now, what Dr. Sriram Sonti has shown the entire American context, it was again a reflection. In fact, with each of these statues, and even more of them I was associated in the last 20 years. And one of the earlier things we have done is, along with Professor Claiborne Carson, I had the opportunity of doing a course on Gandhi, King and Nonviolence. We have taken 20 students of Stanford to India to study Gandhi. That is one major kind of collaborative thing that we have done. And to this very conference we have about 50 delegates coming from India. In fact, it is not me, but each one of them should speak, because each one of them have done monumental work, starting with Annamalai, who is here right now, from the National Gandhi Museum. The kind of information that he has collected, perhaps the greatest strength he has given for this conference by bringing a lot of material. Gandhi as a lawyer and Satyagraha. He's also given an exhibition to Ila Gandhi for Indian opinion kind of things. Similarly, we have got Nanda Rao here, who has done enormous work from the Madurai Gandhi Museum, because Madurai is a place where Gandhi changed his attire. It was another very important place in Gandhi's life. Then Dr. Bindeshwar Pathak, he has taken up the Antyodaya. That is not just the cause of untouchables, but within the untouchables, there is another untouchable community, the scavenger community. And last 50 years, his work is monumental to liberate them, to bring respect to them. And one such earlier scavenging person has become Padma Shri, one of the highest civilian awards in the country. That kind of a great work that has been done there. Then we have the Sarva Seva Sangh, Sevagraham Ashram, and other Gandhian organizations, and I had been the National Secretary for Sarva Seva Sangh, and we could conduct programs all over the country. And in the recent last 6-7 years, we have reached about 50,000 youth across to take the message of Gandhi. Why the message of Gandhi? Here is a person who says that so long as my faith burns bright, I hope it will, even if I stand alone, I shall be alive in the grave. And what is more? Speaking from it. I am always surprised that as I am alive, I am not able to influence anybody. But here is a man who says, not while alive, even after I am gone, I will challenge you. That's what Gandhi is doing today. Otherwise, why people are vandalizing the statues? They are afraid. They are challenged by Gandhi. So the work that is involved, recently we have also done another very important program with Dr. Christian Botov. We invited him for 25 days. We have done 55 programs in 14 universities across the country, 11 colleges, 16 institutions, 9 states in the country, traveling about 15,000 kilometers. And here I got Shankar Bagadeji, another great person with the Sarvodaya mantle. He was the president of Maharashtra Pradesh Sarvodaya Mandal. And Didi Sobhana Radhakrishnan is here. She has conducted this kind of Gandhi classes in about 135 countries. Just imagine how much of reach she has gone to. I want a person like her to talk and present the kind of work that is happening. And I can tell you here, Gandhi is the answer, Gandhi is the way, and I think we all have to come together, as Dr. Kamal Tori says, the fingers into fish, that togetherness is the strength. Otherwise, we are working alone, working isolated, sometimes dejected, sometimes disappointed. We have no opportunity, no right to be disappointed. We have to be together. And the young people, today or yesterday somebody was saying they are not listening to Gandhi. Why do you say they won't listen to Gandhi? Have you really talked to them in their language about Gandhi? We have not done that. We talk in our own perspective and it is not acceptable to them. Please understand, our own blood is flowing in their veins also. They are not alien people. They are our own people. We have to sit with them, talk to them, explain to them, and I can stand before you with all my confidence that when we talk to the young people about Gandhi, we have no problem. Somebody criticizes Gandhi. When somebody is criticizing Gandhi, I give the mic to them and say, come on, criticize more, as much as you can. Only one condition. No feelings, only you should speak facts. Then they want to study Gandhi. They come back and say, we had been studying Gandhi for the last 3 months. We could not find anything wrong in Gandhi. We are following Gandhi now. But if you instruct them, put a lot of restrictions on them, perhaps they would rebel. We have to speak in their language. I have got 100%, 200% confidence that our young generation will take to Gandhi. But then in that task, all of us have to come together. And we need 2 things, action and academics. Whatever work we had been doing, we are combining both. In fact, in India, we work with a lot of universities. Even in the United States, I had been to about 35 universities across. I taught in at least 4 or 5 universities. So we need, in fact, I am not a real academic, but I want to stretch my neck into the academics because I want to get some strength from them. So that strength will give me strength for my action. So when Professor Carson is there, he talks about Gandhi, people listen to them. When I talk about Gandhi, they will not listen. I know that. Therefore, I want Professor Carson, maybe Dr. Christian Bottom as authorities to talk about Gandhi. So it is this combination alone which will give us strength, we can go forward. Thank you very much.
In this conference, 4 continents were represented: Europe, Asia, Africa, and North America. So I want to ask Mr. David Jengen how he got involved in this mission. What a great accomplishment he did, bringing all of our minds together to look in only one direction: peace through nonviolence. Everybody will say this word, ahimsa. Say it loudly, ahimsa. 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 Mr. David, it's your forum.
I'm going to be brief. Firstly, I just want to explain something, that I was originally on this program for this panel, and I wasn't originally on the program to direct the sessions. Professor Yanni Smith, unfortunately, is indisposed, and that's the reason why I've stepped up. And so don't get the impression that I put myself on the program and so on. This was Dr. Sonti's doing. So let me be brief. One of the dreams, excuse me, of Ila Gandhi, sorry. Can I have some water, please? Excuse me. Thank you. That's what happens when you talk too much. One of the dreams that Ila had was to bring together organizations that are not necessarily Gandhian in nature, but who propagate the values of Gandhi. We haven't fulfilled that yet. But in South Africa, the oldest Gandhi formation was established in 1904 by Gandhi himself, and that was the Phoenix Development Trust. And it's existed through the years. The main focus of the trust has been to propagate the vision, the values, the philosophy of Gandhi. So that started in 1904. I'm going chronologically. The second functional and important organization is the Peter Masber Gandhi Foundation, which was established in 1989 by 2 of our founding fathers, the late Dr. Chota Motala and Mr. Dasat Bandhu, both of whom were Gandhians in nature and the way they were. And the organization was, this committee was established. It was a committee at that stage, it's now a foundation, was established for the sole purpose at that time of commemorating the centenary of this event of Gandhi being evicted from the train. And that happened in 1993. Some people were here. Professor Judith Brown was part of that process. In fact, they organized a conference at this university on that occasion. And so the Gandhi Foundation is responsible for, we function in the Greater Pietermaritzburg area. And apart from this commemoration that we do every year, we host a youth symposium for the local schools. Unfortunately, June is not a very good month for schools, as you've seen in the conference, because of examinations and so on. So we've shifted the youth symposium to the month of August. We have a Gandhi Memorial Lecture in the week of Gandhi's birth, which was on the 2nd of October. And then at the end of that week, irrespective of which day it is, we call that Gandhi Week, we have a peace walk that starts at the old prison where Kasturba Gandhi and the women that took part in the 1913 march were incarcerated. We start from there, we come down to the City Hall, past the statue, and then we go up to the railway station. The committee, our foundation is established, we've actually erected the Gandhi statue in the city center. We've turned the museum, the station into a museum now. It's an interactive museum, and if those of you who haven't been there on Wednesday, please find the time to go there. The whole story of Gandhi, the whole story of the eviction, the Attenborough movie The Shyam Bainagal movie, the making of the Mahatma, everything is there. You can sit and watch the whole movie. So please take the time to go there. We erected a plinth on the platform in 2004 that marks the spot where Gandhi was thrown off. Many Indians and people who know the history, when they visit South Africa, they must come to Pietermaritzburg to the station, and we didn't know where the spot was. And so there was a story about that, about how we actually did that. But there is a plinth there now, and people come and pay their tribute in the normal way, putting flowers and so on there. And there's some gentleman here, I won't mention his name, but he chose to spend the whole of the night when he visited, sleeping in that cold waiting room, just to experience some kind of, what actually Gandhi went through on that night, just to be in the moment. So that's basically the Gandhi Foundation. We've now gone on the ground. We run 8 school gardens in the local schools in the area. We provide fertilizer, we provide the implements, we provide the seeds and the training in order to run those gardens. Many of the children from there are establishing the gardens at home. And in fact, those 8 gardens are supplementing the school feeding program. And of course, finally, we have the Gandhi Development Trust, which was established in 2002. And I must mention this, that the Gandhi Development Trust and the Phoenix Settlement Trust have basically been being run and being managed and administered by both the Gandhi and the Ramgomin families over the years. I know there were other people, and Ila is going to be angry with me, but the fact of the matter is that if you take out the Gandhi family and the Ramgomin family, I don't think those 2 organizations will exist. And so we have a very, very deep gratitude to Ila. At this stage in her life, she's still involved actively in that formation. The Gandhi Development Trust is housed at the Durban University of Technology, where Ila was Vice Chancellor there at one stage. And they've done wonderful, wonderful work through the years in order to take this message and training and education to young people. At that Phoenix Settlement Trust, those of you that have been there, you know that it's right in the middle of the township. It's in an informal settlement area. I think Dr. Patak is going to help with trying to get some sanitation there. But Ila's organization provides training on various things, but especially on computer literacy. You know, they have computers in there, and the community comes in there, they do their whatever. I think there's Wi-Fi available for the local students and so on. So in a nutshell, Chair, that's, I think, let me stop there.
Okay. Ilaji, you want to say something?
Thank you so much, David. It's not me alone. We have a committee. But we are trying to activate some of the people and get more dedication. We do run a salt march annually, and lots of people attend the salt march. And we have lectures, and we give, awards to prominent people who have participated and worked on Gandhian lines in South Africa. But I just also want to say that we have a museum at Phoenix Settlement, which is different from museums elsewhere. And to answer some of the questions that were put earlier, if you come to the Phoenix Settlement, you will see in our museum, the Gandhi Museum, but there is a story of Mr. Shembe. Mr. Shembe is one of the oldest, indigenous religions and one of the largest followings in the country. And we've got his story there, and it shows how his religion and his knowledge interacted with Gandhiji's ideas and how both of them learned from each other. Also in the museum is Mr. Dube's story, because Mr. Dube, Mr. Shembe, and Gandhiji were neighbors. And we know that if we are neighbors, we must have some conversation. We cannot live as neighbors and never see each other. And Gandhiji and the Phoenix Settlement people over there had very close contact. I know this for a fact that as I was growing up, we always had contact with the Dube family, with the people there, the Moiranis, and other people who lived there, and the Shembe family, their children, and we grew up together. So it just didn't happen when my father came there. It must have happened from Gandhiji's time. So what I want to say is that there is that contact, communication with indigenous African religion and with other religious groups. And Gandhiji said, finally, I just want to say this one point, that all religions are paths to the same end. They are different paths, but they go to the same end. And therefore, we should respect every religion, know about it, and respect it. So thank you very much for giving me that.
Thank you, Ilaji. We want to conclude this session by saying we want to continue the Gandhian vision and mission of peace through nonviolence. Ahimsa, ahimsa, ahimsa. Thank you, one and all in the audience. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Sonti. Whilst we're getting ready for the next panel, this will be the final panel before we go to lunch. I have to make a correction. Christian Bartov is, please come forward, Kugan, and get organized. Yes. Christian Bartov is a member of the World House Network. And if Dr. Carson is here, I think Johnny Mack will bear me out, that we get constantly corrected and given additional information as we go through that 1 hour. He's a wealth of knowledge. And he brought it to my attention that John Sebastian was not the person who sang the Vietnam song at Woodstock. It was actually Country Joe McDonald and the Fish. That was the band's name. Okay, so thank you for that correction. Okay, our next panel is going to be chaired by Kugan Pillay. He's a young man from Johannesburg, who's been involved in the whole issue of democracy, putting up structures in order to preserve our democracy going forward. And the topic of this panel is a revolution of values, the urgency of now. And I'm going to ask him to chair the session now and introduce the guests that are here.
Good afternoon, colleagues. We have a crisis. We've been cut down by half the time, and I have a problem with that. And so the problem I have is that I have 2 of my colleagues on the panel who are part of my former employers, that's government, and I have to respect them so that they don't hold this against me. And then I have the other important employers of me, that's yourselves. And I stand before your lunch. So I think we have this tall order. And part of the program was going to be a film. And I've had to take the decision as to how do we do this. In the absence of a steering committee, sitting on my own, I decided to use the principles and values of Gandhi, King, and Mandela. And Dr. Mack, Johnny, sorry, I'm going into your speech yesterday where you decided to unpack what the values are of these 3 revolutionary icons. And I think the essence of it is basically respect and honesty. And that forms the fundamental. So I had framed the discussion around the film, and it's around a concept paper, which will be shared with everybody. And my hypothesis, it also follows on Johnny's academic paper, which is the revolution of values. But my focus was going to be more on practical implementation. So I've got policy experts here from government, from a Chapter 9 institution, and then we've got the foundations that represent these 3 leaders, and then we've got yourselves. So I think we can, the link will be shared with you later on, but essentially my concept focuses on 2 key threats to world peace, which this conference is all about. And that is corruption and racism and all forms of economic exclusion. And because we're not having the film, we'll now have two key inputs into it. First one is Deputy Minister John Jeffrey from the Department of Justice. He's been championing the hate crimes bill, and you all know the history we've had, a very oppressive, violent, repressive colonial and apartheid regime. So Deputy Minister John Jeffrey has worked in this new democratic government under all four presidents, and he's championed it, and more recently, a draft form of the bill is for consideration in Parliament. So I think that's the first one, and I'm going to call upon Deputy Minister to give his input. And I would have preferred Professor Fikeni to come at the other end, but I'll introduce him after Deputy Minister, and then we can bring in the foundations and then open this to the floor in terms of practical guidelines, inputs that will feed into the session this afternoon after lunch on how we take this process forward. Because many of you have been saying we need action, we need implementation, and we need to take the legacy from these three revolutionary icons. So Deputy Minister John Jeffrey, over to you. We did say 10 to 15 minutes. I'm going to leave it in your hands.
It's good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for inviting me here. I guess because we are between you and lunch, I will try and keep it a lot briefer than 10 to 15 minutes. But Coogan had wanted me to speak about the Hate Crimes, Hate Speech Bill, which is a bill that's been around for some time. It, in fact, got introduced in 2018. It basically does two things. The one is to create a category of crimes called hate crimes, which are existing crimes that become hate crimes if a motive can be proved that the crime was committed because of the dislike of the victim or the group that they belong to. So it's it's a defined list of characteristics. With the more serious crimes like murder, that is already serious. In most cases, it attracts a minimum sentence, a minimum life sentence. But particularly it becomes important with the less serious crimes such as assault, where an ordinary assault is not that serious a crime, but it then becomes more serious if it is a hate crime. For the South Africans here, apologies to the foreign visitors, you may not know it, but there was a case earlier this year where some black children whose parents were staying at a resort had an altercation with some older white men at the swimming pool. And those men were charged with assault. If the bill had been law, they would have been charged with assault as a hate crime, and it would have been a more serious case, because that case created a lot of outrage in the media as to what was happening. The second part of it then is on hate speech. We already have a criminal law in our country, the called crimen injuria from our old Roman Dutch law. So this is a new statutory crime on hate speech, but trying to reach a balance between freedom of speech but restricting it in the most serious forms. The bill actually, it had to wait. Why it's taken so long? It had to wait for the Kwelane judgment in the Constitutional Court, which was around the issue of homophobia. And could that be used? Was that hate speech, which it found that it was? It's been passed by the first House of Parliament, the National Assembly. It got support from most parties. The parties that opposed it were the Democratic Alliance, the main opposition, the Freedom Front Plus. Interestingly, both parties have most of the white people in South Africa would vote for them. So that may have informed where the issue was coming from, concerns about expressing racism. And then the other two parties that opposed it were the African Christian Democratic Party and Al-Jamare, a Muslim party, and I think their concerns were more on the issue of homophobia and people being able to say homophobic things. So that's roughly the bill in a nutshell. The bill is not meant to be the panacea for racism in South Africa. That requires a much broader strategy. This is basically, though, just one part of the strategy, only one part, which is effectively the stick part. If you commit crimes based on racism, Islamophobia, any other kind of phobia, homophobia, etc., then there are more serious penalties if you are found guilty by the courts. But the other part of government's program, which Kogan didn't ask me to speak on, but just to mention it, is the National Action Plan Against Racism, Racial Intolerance, and Related Intolerances, which came out of the World Conference Against Racism in Durban in 2001. We did finalize the South Africa National Action Plan, which is, has been deposited in New York. But I would say, particularly as it's an international audience, that the program from the World Conference Against Racism has been very much, I think, internationally taking a back seat, and we need to look at reviving that. So Coogan, I think just from time, let me leave it like that. I hope that covered the things that you expected of me. Thanks.
Thanks, Deputy Minister. I mentioned in my concept, and this is what the film depicts, the twin evils of corruption, racism, and all forms of economic exclusion. The other one is corruption. So Deputy Minister spoke on the first aspect, and now I'm going to introduce our other keynote speaker, Professor Fikeni, who's the head of the Public Service Commission. We've spoken in the last couple of days on the key challenges facing us, and how do we use the Gandhi Mandela King legacy to change society. So some of the key issues that we're having are leadership issues that came up this morning, ethics, integrity, and values, poverty, hunger, and inequality. We've heard the statistics from one of the days where 10% of the world owns 90% of the wealth of the world. That is unsustainable, that is immoral, and all this is fueled by a crisis of greed and corruption. Now, in South Africa, when we talk of Mandela, Tambo, Sisulu, Kathrada, and a whole host of Rivonia trialists who sacrificed their lives in prison for freedom. Pretty much similar to the sacrifices made by Gandhi and Martin Luther King. Coming out of the process going into 1994 democracy was the new constitution, and colleagues spoke about it being revolutionary, commended as being very progressive worldwide. The brainchild behind that is Oliver Tambo, who was best friends with Madiba. And that constitution, at the turn of democracy, was left to Nelson Mandela to implement. And that process of responsibility for good governance and values lies in the Public Service Commission, which Professor Fikeni heads. So I'd like to invite Professor Fikeni to give his input, and also to note that Professor Fikeni has also served under the various presidents of our democracy, and currently serves in the Thabo Mbeki Academic School of Leadership. Over to you, Prof. Fikeni.
Thank you very much, Kogan, and to my fellow panelists. I really appreciate the opportunity, more importantly, the distinguished audience. In a panel, I see that there was a Freudian slip of tongue that Kogan said, I'm giving a keynote address. Even if I was asked to do so, I've refused ever to accept that one could give a keynote address. I rather settle for a keyhole address. Because a keyhole allows for a bunch of keys to try, or you can peep through that hole to look on the other side. I think we are in a world and a country that is facing multiple crises, or a polycrisis. Therefore, we need practical idealism. In other words, a meaningful dialogue between ideas and lived experiences of people. And I'm really fascinated by this forum in many ways because you're talking of the moral leaders and statesmen who are globally recognized, much because of what was grounded in their principles and values. Now, I think they are also drawn from different traditions, which is the different continents we talked about and the different civilizations. Therefore, as we search for new solutions in the 21st century, we must also be honestly looking at the dialogue between the different human civilizations, because these people were grounded on those. In our context here in the continent, the philosophy of Ubuntu, I am because we are, the ecosystem of relations, I think has not been properly explored. And Madiba speaks about the RDP of the soul and speaks about Ubuntu as one of the things that we could infuse into some of the policy reforms that we're talking about. And also recognizing the fact that Mahatma Gandhi's experience of segregation in South Africa shaped and conscientized his political awareness, which would later be of assistance in his struggle for independence in India. Martin Luther King Jr. is shaped by some of the African traditions, him being the descendants of the African slaves. Madiba, as I indicated earlier, is also shaped by that. But now coming to the space where I am today, when we looked at the rampant corruption taking place and the Zondo Commission, several other commissions and reports on corruption, when we look at the service delivery crisis, when we look at several weaknesses within government, we went back and realized that the emphasis has always been on the systems, on the rules, and as such, many people have been able to manipulate rules and maliciously comply. For example, you'll find that many departments of government write beautiful annual reports. And I've always asked in Parliament, why do we have such beautiful annual reports if people affected by these departments are in such misery? It's because our obsession with conformance, compliance, we even forgot why certain entities were created and what their mandate was in a manner that is people-centered. Hence, now there is a shift for the Auditor General Public Service Commission to say, Chapter 10 of the Constitution and Section 195 talks of the promotion of constitutional values and principles. Now, a value-based approach that begins to emphasize the importance of values is what we are propagating, ethics, a moral code for the society. But for that to succeed, it wouldn't take public service alone. we ought to be saying what is the ecosystem of the primary socializing agents from education system, university, business schools, the very recruitment processes and integrity tests in the public service, and many other things to that extent. So this collaborative effort could actually be of assistance in saying, how do we make people not just to be aware of what is wrong and right, the values and the principles, but to internalize them such that it begin to shape and change their behavior? Because most of the people who were doing wrong things, it's not because they were not aware, but it's because they had not internalized this to become part of their values. So the leaders that we're talking about led, and the impact they had, it's because they were based on certain values and convictions. And now the public servants, the activists towards change, what must be done to reignite that consciousness? The platform that we have currently is the one of professionalization of public service, with the centrality of values and the character formation being at the heart of that. So the current reforms in public service, you'll hear a lot when we say it should be people-centered, when we say it should be value-based, because if it is value-based, it will not be a matter of what you should be complying with. It will be a dialogue with your conscience on what is right and what is wrong, which I think it's what we ought to be looking at, permeating not just government, civil society, private sector, because you find that though media has focused much on what public sector corruption was, there were audit firms like KPMG who facilitated that. There were private companies who facilitated this corruption. But the last point I want to make, program facilitator, how possible is it to implement some of these programs that we're talking about in the world that has become so unequal? Because to exercise your first generation human rights, you ought to have addressed the issues of equality. Access to justice now costs money. Access to services, even advocacy for certain positions. So in an unequal society, we should be talking about these issues, but also addressing the issues of inequality. Not only does inequality come in form of material possession of assets, but opportunities to even exercise the rights. Thank you.
Thanks, Prof. Vikeni. I spoke about the magic of 1994, when we had this wonderful transition into democracy. Under Mandela, with Oliver Tambo just behind him, and we lost him just before that, when he got the constitution, the mechanics of the constitution in place. And you heard Prof. Vikeni talking about South Africa being one of the most unequal societies in the world. And the sad part is we reached 30 years of democracy next year. 30 years ago, we were the most unequal society in the world. 30 years later, we are still the most unequal society. It certainly must be an indictment on us. And I think that is my commitment to this forum, colleagues, as Gandhi, Mandela, King, as South Africa, but I think the dynamics are similar worldwide. And the question is, what option do citizens have? We have the 6th election next year. And at the moment, if many of you are watching, some of you would have experienced load shedding, a consequence of corruption and state capture, various other issues, the coalition governments, And I think a few months ago, late last year, we saw in Sri Lanka how the citizens chased the president or prime minister out of the country. So I think these are things we need to grapple with. We don't want to go to that extreme. I don't think Mandela, Gandhi, and King were that extreme, but they faced extreme conditions. Two of them were assassinated. Mandela was on death row, and him and his comrades, and they were saved. Colleagues, those are the two key inputs in terms of the themes that frame the discussion. And I think before I go to the foundations and bring them into it, I just want to afford Mrs. Ila Gandhi a few minutes on any input she wants to make now, and then also to the colleagues a few minutes as well. Are you sure? Oh, okay, lovely, thanks. So I want to go to one of the foundations, and the Gandhi Foundation, Ms. Asha Ramgoban. We had a chat previously, Asha, about the inequality, economic inequality. Now, during the COVID crisis, UN Secretary General spoke about the systems of politics, economics, and social inclusion being revealed by COVID. The Barbados Prime Minister revealed last year that these were there for the last 100 years. We are using this as an historic moment to move forward in taking the legacy of these three revolutionary icons forward. The question I have for you is, 20 years ago, Bishop Desmond Tutu already spoke about a new economic system at the Mandela lecture. Using the Mandela name, Bishop Tutu, outstanding. Why are we still the most unequal society? Over to you, thanks.
Thank you very much for this opportunity, which was given to me early this morning at breakfast. But in this time, what I would like to do very briefly, which I really enjoyed in the previous panel, not the one just now, but the panel earlier on, where we actually heard the voices of Gandhi, Mandela, and Martin Luther King from quotations. So I'm going to talk about economic inequality. I'm going to talk really about what Martin Luther King, Nelson Mandela, and Gandhi said about economic inequality. You'll hear a few of my own opinions as well in between. And just to build from what my colleague, Prof. here had to say, when we think about corruption, we always think about the form of corruption where we have to pay for our ID. You have to, not just the fees, but the facilitation fees or the processing fees or that extra page that's missing in the passport. We think about those forms of corruption. But when we actually look at the extreme forms of corruption that gave rise to the Zondo Commission, but also that exists in big business, we find that we focus more attention not just on KPMG, Prof, but on the one who's actually paying the bribe. We're always thinking about the one who's receiving the bribe. But what about the one who actually pays the bribe? Unfortunately, when you talked, the case that came to mind was a case against Glencore, a huge international mining company that operates all over the world, Australia, South Africa, Zambia, Zimbabwe, DRC. They were charged, literally charged, under criminal laws of Brazil, the UK, and the US for bribery and corruption, mainly bribery, that was undertaken in many countries in Africa. The fine that they ended up paying was a minuscule percentage. It was in the billions of US dollars, but it was a minuscule percentage of the country's turnover, the company's turnover. So with that context, I would like for the two colleagues that were talking about Gandhi and that were talking about the racism and, we have, earlier on as well, we talked about Mandela betraying us. And I'd like us, as you hear the quotes that I'm going to bring up from Nelson Mandela, Martin Luther King, and Gandhiji, I'd like us to ask ourselves the question, What is it that we need African unity and solidarity for today? Do we need African unity and solidarity to come together as Africans to fight Gandhi, to fight Martin Luther King, to fight Nelson Mandela? Are they our common enemy? I'd just like us to ask ourselves that question. Why was Martin Luther King assassinated? Why was Gandhi assassinated? Why was Jesus crucified? Was it because he claimed to be the Son of God? Or was it because he overturned the tables of the moneylenders in the temple? Okay? So this is what Gandhi had to say. I need my glasses. Under my plan, the state will be there to carry out the will of the people, not to dictate to them or force them to do its will. I shall bring about economic equality through nonviolence, by converting the people to my point of view, by harnessing the forces of love against hatred. I will not wait till I have converted the whole society to my view, but will straightaway make a beginning with myself. It goes without saying that I cannot hope to bring about economic equality of my conception if I am the owner of 50 motor cars or even of 10 bighas of land. For that, I have to reduce myself to the level of the poorest of the poor. Martin Luther King built on these ideas, and in 1966, he said, no, it's okay. It's okay. The future is more complex, he said. Slums with hundreds of thousands of living units are not eradicated as easily as lunch counters or buses are integrated. Jobs are harder to create than voting rolls. Harmonizing of peoples of vastly different cultural levels is complicated and frequently abrasive. It is easy to conceive of a plan to raise the minimum wage and thus, in a single stroke, extract millions of people from poverty. But between the conception and the realization, there lies a formidable wall. Someone has been profiting from the low wages of Negroes. Depressed living standards for Negroes are a structural part of the economy. Certain industries are based upon the supply of low-wage, underskilled, and immobile non-white labor. That was Martin Luther King. Nelson Mandela, at the Davos Conference, World Economic Forum, in 1992, the one who betrayed us, the one who sold us out, the one who we are uniting against, he said this: I believe a great future lies within reach for our country. South Africans working together can build a land where everybody has the material conditions for a good and decent life. Our vision is a land where all, irrespective of race, color, or creed, have houses. Children have a world of learning in schools, where no one goes hungry to bed. It will be a land where there are jobs, and every individual has the possibility to reach their full potential. But that country has yet to be built. Today, after half a century of apartheid, the conditions our people live under is an affront to civilized values. Apartheid has created a country of extremes. The rich are extremely rich, and the poor are extremely poor. Yet South Africa is a rich country. Later on in that same speech, he said, "We do not ask for pity. We do not face the world with a begging bowl. We look to the future with dignity. We know that we will eradicate poverty through our own skills and labor. We recognize that our country has, because of apartheid, gone through a traumatic experience, no less than the wars that have been fought in Europe and elsewhere. Reconstruction needs drastic measures, and as in war-torn Europe after 1945, the new government will have a major responsibility to urgently address the basic needs of the people for shelter, jobs, and food." There's a leader that we haven't heard. We haven't heard his voice much today and in this conference, but I would like to just close with Kwame Nkrumah. And here we talk about what should we be uniting for? Why? What is it that we need to unite behind? Who is it that we need to unite against? Is it Gandhi? Is it Mandela? Is it King? And what does our leader, Kwame Nkrumah, say about that? He says, "We must unite for economic viability first of all, and then to recover our mineral wealth in Southern Africa, so that our vast resources and capacity for development will bring prosperity for us and additional benefits for the rest of the world. That is why I have written elsewhere that the emancipation of Africa could be the emancipation of man." So, all these leaders talked about economic emancipation. All these leaders talked about economic inequality. All these leaders asked us to change our lives individually, collectively, and to unite against the structural inequalities that we find ourselves in. I would just like to say one more time and ask the question one more time. What is it that we need to be united for?
Thanks, Asha. Our next speaker from one of the foundations is Ms. Razia Saleh from the Nelson Mandela Foundation. And before I introduce her in, this morning Professor Vern Harris from the Mandela Foundation spoke. And he spoke about the time when Chris Hani was assassinated. And it was a pivotal point in Mandela taking the leadership role and declaring with the then apartheid government the election, the first democratic election date. And you spoke about all these troublemakers, Asha. I want to speak about one more troublemaker, and he's sitting in the back bench, in the back seat. In Parliament, we call them backbenchers. But at the beginning of the conference, a keynote address was given by Professor Alan Busak, one of the founding members of the United Democratic Front, which was a critical institution that helped torpedo the toppling of the apartheid institution. And he spoke early this week about whether the conditions are not ripe for the next change. And Dr. Mack spoke yesterday about the changes that produce these revolutionary icons. So perhaps I'm going to ask Razia to share with us, having been at the Mandela Foundation, how does she see the next year to the election and her thoughts. Thanks, Razia.
Thank you, Kugan. I haven't really prepared for this session. So I'll just try and speak from my notes. So I think not just South Africa, but the world is in a crisis. I think we've agreed to that throughout this conference. And the problems are deep and systemic. I don't think there's any quick fixes. Corruption, social exclusion, economic exclusion are manifestation of the problems. At the foundation, we litigated against the use of the old apartheid flag, saying it's a form of hate speech, and we won the case. But cases and bills and laws are not going to change attitudes and deep-seated values that people have. I think what it calls for is a bold vision, a belief in a system that and an economic system that doesn't exclude but include. There's also a leadership in the world. So the UN and the AU and the EU and all those international and regional bodies themselves are, I think, in a crisis. We don't have a vision of a world. And then just taking recent incidences of flooding and fire and an economic crisis around resources around the world which are dwindling, our own ESCOM and power sharing. So I think what's really required is a worldwide campaign. Maybe it's time to move away from nation states, which were a colonial construct, and to move to a different system of operating, which will require everyone. I don't know. These are just thoughts that I have randomly, and I'm not sure how exactly we would go about solving it. But it seems to me that greed, corruption is part of a world order. It's not just local, it's everywhere. And that we need to find more sustainable and systemic changes to overcome these problems. And the values installed by Gandhi, King, and Mandela would be a small way of going that. I think it's Gandhi who said that there's enough resources in the world for every man's need, but not every man's greed. I can't remember if that was Marx or Gandhi, actually, really. It's been a long time since I've been a student. So yeah, so that I'll leave it at that.
Thanks, Razia. Our last speaker from the foundation side is the one that provoked us yesterday with his provocative title of The Revolution of Values and the Urgency of Now. And I think it also appealed and responded to most of the audience who were saying, so what now? We're having a conference, it's an important conference, and so what now? So I think, Dr. Johnny Mack, I'm going to ask you to share your view on how you see this conference following into action, implementation, and it'll take us into the afternoon session after lunch on how we can kind of construct a roadmap given the legacies of these revolutionary giants and many others like Tambo, Sisulu, Kathrada, and so on, in terms of the sacrifices they've made. And as you've heard Razia and the other speakers talking about the deficit of leadership. Also, Prof. Fikeni spoke about the Zondo Commission into state capture and corruption that revealed a massive deficit of integrity and accountability, which resulted in lack of or poor governance, which has compromised service delivery, and the general state of lack of apathy with citizens. So, Dr. Mack, over to you. Thanks.
Thank you, Coogan, and many thanks to my fellow panelists. It's a very high bar and tough charge you give me to think that I can tell us where we go from here. After all, it was Martin Luther King himself who asked the question and didn't provide the answer. I don't know that I have the answer, but I can certainly offer some thoughts, and I guess that's what you've asked me to do. One of the things that occurs to me is that we tend to lionize the names of those whom we admire, and rightfully so. We tend to rarefy their legacies and romanticize their lives. The other thing we tend to do is concretize their work. Concretize I use not into, well, I'll state it positively, not in the sense that you might think. What I mean by that is we put their work into concrete. And again, if I can be a bit provocative, we organize conferences like this and we romanticize, we lionize, we rarefy, we concretize, and we move on to the next time we can gather. Well, we do more than that. We do. We are doing many great things. This notion of the urgency of now is not something new. Every day is urgent. Every moment is urgent. Every generation is a generation of urgency. And so the question is, what can we do today? One of the things we do at the World House Project at Stanford University is we work to create networks where we can learn from each other and connect the dots and leverage what we bring to the work of peace and justice. And I think in terms of the urgency of now, it is really concretizing that is, to bring ourselves together, not just in moments of conferences and convenings, but in our day-to-day struggles with the exigencies of life. And so when we leave here, we should leave with a commitment that we will indeed connect the dots, that we will indeed leverage our work, because the sum total of what we offer the world is far greater than our individual parts, for sure. You know, we human beings are teleological in nature. Teleological is the Greek word, or from the Greek root telos. We get telescope from that word. And I want to use it in this sense. Being teleological in nature, well, before I explain it, let me also say this. We move toward what we think about. In other words, we act in accordance with the truth as we perceive it or believe it to be. And so if we can change the way we think, we then can change the way we act. Being teleological in nature, what are the things that we are thinking about? If we move toward what we think about, if I'm right about that, what are we thinking about today? And ultimately, how can we put what we think about into action? And so our convenings like this is to build the solidarity and the consciousness. Someone used that term earlier today. This conscientization, this collective consciousness about what must be done. And then using the capital, individual and collective capital that we have to work toward this consensus and this shared vision of the kind of world we want. And so in terms of the urgency of now, in terms of the next steps, let us not simply make a list of things that we made the last time we convened, but rather let's commit ourselves to act. After all, action is what nonviolence is all about, isn't it? It is direct, immediate, and urgent action. And so this afternoon, let us be intent upon identifying what that action is and then committing ourselves, not just individually as persons or as groups, but as a gathering of strangers who have committed themselves that this day forward, we are determined to create the world, not just for ourselves, but for our children and their children and beyond.
Thanks, Dr. Mack. You spoke about let's not romanticize. And during the breaks, I engaged with some of the youngsters in the audience who are in the mid-20s. And they said, but you have the youth behind you. And if I remember Dr. Alan Busak's keynote address the other day, when he spoke about the formation of the UDF, he was in his mid-20s. And if you look at King, Gandhi, and Mandela, they were all in the 20s, 30s, when they led this struggle. So I think, having heard from the panel, and we'll come back to you later, I'd like to open up to the audience, especially those who have engaged with me earlier, but if anyone has any questions, if we could take them. Bear in mind, I have no problem, I'm here the whole afternoon, but it's lunch that stands between you now and lunch. So can I have some hands up? Number 1. Number 2 and number 3, we'll come back to the others just now. 1, 2, and 3. So number 1 first.
Oh, there you are.
Thanks, John.
Just 2 minutes. The political system of the countries are responsible for corruption, abetted by the bureaucracy, abetted by the laws. Once I met Minister of Uganda in a plane, and we discussed about the slum area. So he said, we had the same problem in India, that we allotted the land to the people in the slum area, and they sold the land and went to other place. I said, sir, had to make a law, that the buyer and the seller both will be punished for 20 years in prison. The seller will fly. He cannot catch hold. But he can catch hold the buyer. He lives in the house. Eventually he can catch. So a person, why he would like to buy a land where he has to go to prison for 20 years? So what do you find here? The fault of the laws framed to rule the country. And the British laws, 195 in India, I am not referring to your country, and when the constitution was framed to rule the country, not all, but maximum laws framed under British rule are still in practice in India. If you have to take traveling allowance, you have to write 6 pages. I certify that it is true to my knowledge, and this one and so forth. So what I say on the laws point, that first a person was urinating on the road. So a man went to complain to his father. What he saw, his father was urinating on the rooftop of the house. So he came back. So what is the problem? The problem is the political system of the country and the rule of the bureaucracy, and what I said earlier also, again I say, what the observation of Chairman Public Service Commission was right, and the second is about the corruption is a big issue. It cannot be done in a minute, just I will say in 30 seconds, that the corruption, because of many problems, many laws. So what you can do? Just I'm closing, sir. Just what you can do. Those who are sitting before you, the Gandhians who are heading their own organization, are they corrupt? If yes, then they cannot run an organization which people will believe them. So, what is important, apart from the general corruption, that individual, you can be honest and truthful, what Gandhi used to say, what Gandhi did. So just I conclude, sir, that it will take a lot of time. So I say that the political system, abetted by the bureaucracy, are responsible for
colleagues, if you can
corruption.
try and be brief, please.
So, okay, thank you, sir. Now, okay, thank you.
How about now? Yes, this one. All right. Thank you, Coogan. I'll be brief. My name is Martin Przeski. I'm an emeritus professor of applied ethics at this university, and the theme of conscience has been the focus of my research and publications. I want to make two and perhaps a third brief point. Conscience is the only reality that really can mobilize the forces for good. Number two, conscience is the only part of human activity that lacks what it most needs now, and thanks Johnny for the word now, and that is a dedicated support structure to help unite, mobilize, resource, and spread and release the huge power of conscience. Commerce has the World Trade Organization. The different nations have the United Nations. Injury has the Red Crescent and the Red Star. Faith has the religions of the world. Conscience does not have its own dedicated support structure. The great economist John Gabriel the great economist whose name slips me right now said, organization is the most important thing in the world if you want something done. Conscience does not have an organizational structure. My question is, I believe the Gandhi, Mandela, Martin Luther King heritage and this conference in the city where Gandhi's great move from being a lawyer to become a Mahatma began, I believe their heritage and the structures that gave us this remarkable conscience could be the home of what the world needs, dedicated support structure for conscience. Thank you.
Good afternoon, colleagues, once again. It's Siabulela Donono from the Center for Black Thought in African Studies. My question is mainly directed to the Minister, Deputy Minister. Part of the legacies of Madiba, Gandhi, and King is the idea of reconciliation. And part of reconciliation requires the difficult task of reparations and looking and fixing the errors, the wrongs of past injustices. Now, and part of the recommendations in the South African context, part of the recommendations of the TRC was for the reparations on apartheid violence. Based on news reports, where I understand that there's about 1.9 billion that has been set aside in the President's Fund to fund reparations for apartheid violence. And part of those reparations, or those calls for reparations, only 98 million rands, as far according to news reports, has been dispersed of that 1.8 billion, which is meant for reparations. And given the fact that the conversations around reparations in the South African context have always been linked to participation in the TRC process. Now, almost 30 years later, after the TRC and its recommendations, is it not perhaps the adequate time to say, let us reopen the questions and the conversations about reparations for apartheid violences and that? So I'd like to have your comment on that. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. I'm going to ask any of the panel members to respond, and then we'll have a second round of questions. All right. Sorry, there's a request to continue with two more hands. There were two more hands. Yes, yourself, sir. Number 4, and then number 5 at the back. We'll come back to the others just now.
Thank you so much. I know it was mine. Thank you so much, and I'm going to be very brief. The state, and I want Prof. perhaps could respond. The National Democratic Revolution had its own mission, and it has clarified clearly the motive forces of this revolution. And we've been told the state has been captured. When was it captured? And who have captured it? Thanks.
Thank you. There were two more hands in the back, and then we'll go to response. Please
This whole conference has its underpinnings on justice and equality for all. But I think we are falling for the flattery of words and the embellishments which are encapsulated in our speeches, because we talk about Africa being represented, but that is further from the truth, because we do not have in our midst custodians of African indigenous knowledge systems that are free from the prejudices of the Western education system. So what I feel we should be doing, or our energies should be directed to, is to conscientize the minds of African people, because the mirror is reflecting images that don't look like us. During the presentations, even yesterday and the day before that, nobody's talking about African religious leaders. Everybody's talking about Jesus, and everybody's talking about Buddha, and everybody is actually has a reflection that they are reflected on based on the individuals that we were discussing today. We can't be narrating the history of Africans in connection to slavery and also colonialism only. That is not the legacy that we want our posterity to uphold. We are the founders of civilization and the sciences. If we want to sit down as equals and actually discuss the way forward, shouldn't we be opening up the archives from the Vatican, opening up the archives from the British, Spanish, and the Portuguese crown that actually talk about Jesus being a black man, for instance, that actually talk about how we founded linguistics and other sciences, because we can't sit down around the table as equals until Africa has been raised to cement and occupy the position that they deserve.
Lovely, thanks a lot. I think there was one more hand in the back, and then we'll open it up. Some of these questions might not be in the panel's mandate, and they might go to the conference organizers in terms of that. But I think there was one more hand. Yes, sorry, yourself. And then
No, thank you very much, Chairman. It's about time. I just want to ask a quick question to Riaz. I don't know if I said it correct, from the Nelson Mandela Foundation. Razia. Quick one. What were the convictions of Mandela before he went to Robben Island? Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
No, I want to continue, Chairman. And then to the Professor Somato Tagafigeni, you speak about Ubuntu. Now, don't you think Ubuntu is the biggest demise and the leading tool to native exploitation? Because when the invaders came to our country, we were hospitable towards them, only to find that they were there to make sure that Africa and African people are dispossessed. Secondly, the NDR, the National Democratic Revolution, if we speak about democracy, why is it ignored?
Lovely. Thank you. Thanks, colleagues. I'm going to start with Deputy Minister John Jeffrey, and then Prof. Fikeni, and then the rest.
Thanks. Mine was specifically on the issue of the money in the President's Fund for TRC reparations. And just by way of background, the TRC did its report, it made recommendations, those went to Cabinet, and then it was put to Parliament for approval. And there were issues such as individual reparations to victims of human rights violations and payments made out. There were a number of other ones. Education assistance for victims of human rights violations, their children or their grandchildren, whether it's school or education, housing, which hasn't gone particularly well in terms of a separate system, and the same with health. There was also then a recommendation of community reparations. And money was, and that is what the money in the President's Fund is meant to be earmarked for. And so from the Department of Justice's side, from some time ago, 20 years ago, there was a proposal that 2 communities were going to be identified by province. I mean, this was before my time. And there would be things done in them. The TRC had a whole long list. I think it was 100 and something communities. And so work was done in terms of identifying communities and projects. There were 2 identified in KZN. One of them was Bambai. And the proposal, I think, at the time was that no, Bambai should get a community hall. But then it ran into problems as to where the hall should be, and it got influenced by the one councillors from this area. They want the hall there. They leave, another one comes in. And I think the question that we're grappling with is, and some of civil society are raising it as well, is this is 30 years ago. Is this still valid? And should we not use the money for other purposes? Part of the money is going on the education support for victims of human rights violations. So that's where the spending is effectively coming from, people at universities, tertiary education, and schools. But I agree with you. I do think we need to re-look at what happens to that money and what it can be used for. Obviously, it would entail going back to Parliament because it was Parliament that had approved it. But I think maybe just to say in closing, I think one of our biggest problems, and I would say as a white South African, it is my white compatriots as a group, not as individuals. But there was a feeling of, okay, apartheid has ended, great. Now we can just get on. And there was no sense of we benefited as white people, whether we wanted to or not, we benefited from this system. But it was a sense of carrying on. There were proposals, I think, by Archbishop Tutu for special taxes and things like that, which weren't followed through. But the reality is, as I think was raised earlier, that I don't know if we were the most unequal country in '94 in the world. I thought it was Brazil, but we were number 2. But anyway, we were in the most unequal. We are now, I think, the most unequal, or one of the most unequal. We're not moving in terms of that wealth redistribution. So I think we've got a lot of thinking to do as a country in terms of how we address these problems. Thanks.
Thanks, Deputy Minister. Prof. Fikeni?
I'll just try to address 2 things. Perhaps our undoing might be our repetitive return to moments of transition and decisions made there. As Frantz Fanon in the book The Wretched of the Earth says, each generation must discover its mission, fulfill it or betray it. It is much more easier for subsequent generations to say, why are things wrong? It's them. Moses could walk to a certain distance, but people who had to finish the journey were different, because each generation has a different mission. It is for that reason that I raised when I was addressing SRC presidents and secretaries from all universities at the height of the fees must fall, roads must fall, outsourcing must fall. When I said, have you thought carefully about what must rise in the place of what must fall? When you are not in the ring, you can throw 1,000 punches because you are not on the ring. And you win fights. To me, I would urge each one of us to say, we are the leaders we've been waiting for. And begin to say, in my community, what am I doing? Once you do that, you begin to know that it's not as easy to lead and mediate contradictions and complexities. But once we look at them from the distance, in any football, you say, I will have scored 10 goals. You are put in, you can't chase the first opponent. So that's the first thing. That, yes, leaders, they themselves said they were not perfect, but let's take that responsibility. let's not always say whenever there is a failure, it's because of them. Now, when we do not have solar energy, we'll even say it was because of them when they died before there was even the notion of solar. The second one, the organizers of the conference, I do think that let's take some of the silent and low signals that are coming from here. There is a recurring voice, but we keep just sort of putting away. The African narrative justice. Africans have been ignored for too long. The moment there is deliberation of what this Christian religion or the Hindu religion and several others, and there's no recognition of this other source. I was quite intentional when I said, before Madiba went to the West, he had his African roots, but we're not amplifying them. So this narrative injustice and silenced voices can derail a very good, well-intentioned exercise. Africans do not need to justify their existence. They've made a contribution to human civilization. All we need to do is put it into the mainstream. We won't have to recreate, reconstruct something that is not there. Lastly, I do think that this cliche about Ubuntu can denigrate the very concept of African indigenous knowledge system, because we often think Ubuntu is reconciliation. Ubuntu is surrender. Ubuntu is far more complex than that. But because we have sort of used it as a cliche, Ubuntu says, I am because we are. Ubuntu doesn't overrate reconciliation over justice. Ubuntu talks of the ecosystem of existence. So you could still wage your struggle in saying, if we have inequality, we don't have Ubuntu, and use it as a platform for justice. But because we do not get deeper into these roots and deliberate them, hence the African thought could help elaborate on some of those. In a labor space, what is Ubuntu? In a reparation, what is Ubuntu? And so forth. And lastly, I think that NDR, what if the liberation organizations and their approach were so strong, well organized to mobilize against apartheid, but they had not prepared well for the post-apartheid rebuilding of state. Therefore, they were able to challenge the system, but they didn't have the sophistication of counter-hegemonic struggles. When you say we're a broad church tend not to have a sharper ideology, because you have to accommodate diversity of interest. Thank you.
Thanks, Prof. Kenny. So colleagues, I'm going to ask Razia and Johnny if you have any quick responses. If not, if there's no burning questions, I've been informed by the hosting partner that I've exceeded my time and I think lunch is awaiting us. So Johnny, Razia, nothing. Any burning questions? If there's no burning questions, so, colleagues, you can take it with the panelists who would be at lunch with us. There's one burning question at the back, David, if you don't mind.
Don't mind, David. I'm Kenny Chafter from an area, from a project called Battle of Lukhwaizo. I have been listening to the presentations here. In the Battle of Lukhwaizo, we have three streams. We are moving from a conflict because we are soldiers
Most of us were umkhonto wesizwe, we are from death rows, we are from long sentences, we have been killing people, we have been killed. And we have since realized the importance of peace. Why there must be peace in our society and the world. How can we contribute to the society, to the young children, to understand the importance of peace? And how best we can handle issues without violence, based on our own experiences of the cost of violence. And we have derived the part of the post-peace we should deal with development, conflict, peace, and development. At a local level, at a village level, what does this peace mean? Fortunately, we have received a massive support of the people who have their own experiences of local Gandhis, of local Mandelas, of local kings, who are in a position to bring better ways at a local level of how to resolve conflicts, how to tackle these important issues that we are raising today. You know, in our community, in South Africa, I don't know in other countries, before whites came here, there was no jail. There was no police. And all of a sudden, we are grappling with crime, we are grappling with all these malices that we see. And we can see the gaps in the present system, that these jails do not produce what we are supposed to get. So he was asking, what action can we take? I'm saying, let us go to those communities in those local structures and embrace the spirit of Mandela, the spirit of Gandhi, the spirit of King, and push those teachings so that we have a better society. Thank you.
Lovely, thank you. So colleagues, I'm going to hand over to the host, David, but I'm going to abuse my privilege and I'm going to respond. As long as there's no debate, we'll do it over lunch. My solution to that is, and I've written on electoral reform, which is currently, as you know, with our elections, we need to remove provincial government and enlarge our local government, because as you rightfully said, that's where the democracy is. Thank you. Over to you, David.
Thank you very much to the panel, and also to that last comment. I think that it kind of leads from what Dr. Mack was saying yesterday in terms of that social edifice, and the third part of it, which is people. So thank you very much for that. Colleagues, we are now at 1:30. We were supposed to schedule the next session at 2 o'clock, which gives us half an hour. Can I ask you to please, everybody, not leave the venue at 2:15, but can you be here at 2:15, please, so that we can start the next session? So I'm hoping that everybody will cooperate so we can. The final session is critical, and we want everybody to be here. Thank you very much. Oh, I'm just going to call Karen. Karen?